This will become a very good platform to understand what kind of successes happen, what are some of the success stories, how ordinary people like them have really cracked this kind of the art and science of becoming a successful startup. They will get inspiration.
For them to relate, for them to have the access to the global demand. So I congratulate you, sir, and your all team. I know many of your team workers does many things.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Today's event, organized by the International Startup Foundation, is a testament to the power of collaboration. By connecting startup founders with investors, industry leaders and government officials, We are ensuring that you have the tools to succeed, not just in creating innovative products, but in accessing the market and reaching paying customers.
I'll request Jaya Garu and everybody else over here. The Junicorns program is a fantastic idea. I think more such things should definitely happen, and we should be investing into our children.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
I would ask Jay sir to take the proceedings forward.
Thank you, Vishalap. So why REF we are starting as a first roundtable? I know that you have the reason why REF is our first roundtable. So what we thought, countries like India, still more than 60 to 70% of the population, they're still living in rural India. If you see last 20, 30 years or maybe 40 years, I keep telling when I was a small kid, when I used to live in my village, those days farmers, every farmer family, early in the morning, 4 o'clock, they used to get up and go to the farming, and they do all the agricultural activities and all that. And all the ecosystem, in every village, barber community used to be there, dhobis used to be there, and they're all barter kind of a system. There's no, suppose the dhobi comes and all we not have to give him money instantaneously. But whenever I produce some paddy or this thing, that time few sacks of bag, they will get it. That kind of a system used to be prevailing. Priests used to be there, temple used to be there. Today, I constructed some temples in my village. Temples are there, but priests are not there. So, the same thing, you see the ecosystem, all of them, they left the villages and they've gone to the cities and urban towns and all that. So when I was trying to do organic farming in my village, I sincerely tried with my, whatever the might, I spent a lot of money thinking that I'll be able to do a successful organic farming, including my government journey. So I left the government and started Portal Player. We took the company public, NASDAQ, and sold it to NVIDIA. Then second company, Talent Sprint. Srini was one of the investors in the Talent Sprint. And that also recently we sold to National Stock Exchange. And the third company, which is agriculture company, I miserably failed. Then now I started donating those lands to such site trust and all that, so that at least they will do some meaningful activities there in that land. So why I failed? Mainly because of the labor shortage. So particularly for vegetable growing and orchards and all that, you can't automate those things. You have to depend on earlier we used to get labor from other states. So it seems there also government started giving incentives, sending money to the home like a salary every month, and all the ration free, everything is free. So for them also there is no incentive to come all the way to South India and work in those farming areas. That's one data point. The second data point, my second brother, just younger to me, he had only one son. He still has. So he sent him to BSc Agriculture. That time itself I told him, no IT, no BTech Computer Science. I'm talking about 15 years back. Do some agriculture BSc, he'll be better off than going to any engineering colleges doing BTech whereas my brother's wife was insisting he should do BTech Computer Science, but somehow I convinced them. Finally, he did his BSc Agriculture from Engineering University in Hyderabad. Then afterwards, he went to Netherlands, did his postdoctoral in the Wageningen University in Netherlands. Then he came back. He wanted to become an agri-entrepreneur, and his parents wants to get him married. And no parent was willing to give their daughter to him because he is in a village. He wants to do some agriculture project. Though he is very well qualified, they got a lot of lands and a big house with 5 acres campus and all that. But he was not getting married. Finally, I had to request one of my friends who started Jama Botanics, if he's here, Mahesh. So I requested Mahesh, why don't you take him as a co-founder so that he can come to Bangalore. Afterwards, probably he may get married. The moment he went to Bangalore, within a month's time, he got alliances and finally got married. Now he is very well settled. So the reason why I'm telling this story, all the people who wants to do something in the villages, they failed. They all went back to the urban areas and all that. With that, what is happening in the villages? Villages, all kinds of drugism, alcoholism. They don't have any other work to do. So obviously they will go to internet and go to the wrong sites and all that. They're polluting their mind, polluting the body. And if that continues for a few more years, maybe another 5-10 years and all that, I don't think, whatever we are calling as demographic dividend for the country, that will become demographic disaster. Because how long government can keep on giving money to them? One day they have to stop when there is no revenue. When they stop, these people, they don't know what to do because they become so lazy. They got accustomed to taking all the free money and all that. You just imagine 10 years fast forward, what will happen to the rural India? That will be disaster. Whatever happened in Bangladesh recently, that kind of revolution may come from the rural India. And whatever good things that we do in Hyderabad and Bangalore, if some thousands people or lakhs of people, they come and do, whatever we have, they will take away because for their own existence. So for a high dense population like India, we cannot leave our rural India neglected. Already we are neglected. I think we have to follow Mahatma Gandhi's principle. He wanted to empower the rural India. Then only rural, urban, there will be proper connect will be there. Then whole country will be a sustainable and successful nation. So that was the idea why we thought of having this important roundtable called Rural Economic Forum. We want to empower the rural people either through the startups or through the whatever the agriculture mechanism, whatever they produce. We have to make sure that they are able to sell the products in the global market or Indian market and all that. Once they see that that kind of a success, maybe instead of going to the other route, probably they will all come into this kind of economic activity. Then automatically they will start looking at. So that was the idea. We created one REF organization in Bangalore last year. Then we submitted a proposal to Honorable Prime Minister. See, I know Srini Raju must have attended many Davos World Economic Forums, and K.S. Raju Garu also, he must have attended many. I have not attended, but I don't know what happens in the Davos World Economic Forum, I don't know. But more important, I thought Rural Economic Forum is more important than the World Economic Forum. If we can create a Rural Economic Forum, all the world leaders should come here, whatever the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of United Nations, and they have been talking about it for the last so many years. Nothing has happened. So at least we thought that we'll pick up some of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of United Nations and pick one or two and experiment in India and see that all the SOPs are properly designed and all that. Then we can take it to the next state or next country so that this can be replicated in other places. That was the idea, and we requested KPMG to prepare a report on that. We recently had a meeting with Pemasani Chandrasekhar, Dr. Pemasani Chandra, who is a rural development minister from Andhra Pradesh. We had a big meeting with him. He gave some suggestions, and we are going to actually take some ideas from this round table, and we request KPMG to add those elements, and we want to submit this report to Honorable Prime Minister. See that India declares REF as a headquarters for India, so that other countries, if they say that REF is going to happen in one of the G20 countries, we lose that opportunity. Once REF headquarters is decided by Honorable Prime Minister, all the world leaders can start coming to India, and they'll see what is happening in India. The same thing probably we can replicate, so that the investments also can come. And more importantly, the rural areas can be uplifted through this economic activity. So that's where, I request all of you, whoever sitting in the audience also, this is a round table. This is not a panel discussion. And we want to come with a clear recommendations before we submit the final proposal. So this is the context. Now I request each one of you who are assembled here, and also from people who are in the audience also, can give your thought process. What is doable? What are the low-hanging fruits? Theoretically, we can do so many things. But immediately what we can do, how we can prove that, yes, this is a sustainable, doable model, so that our government of India also will see that, yes, it is doable. We can start a small experiment. Like I keep telling, India started one pilot as an experiment, which was in 1985, creating software technology parts of India. It was a pilot. They don't want to continue. They don't want to give all the powers to one officer. So this pilot was given to only one company called Texas Instruments in Bangalore. Then the committee of secretaries, they were asking me to send the report every month. Oh, we have given a lot of powers to you. Are you misusing the powers or using the powers? But that experiment, today, every IT industry all over the country, we created a lot of economies. So similarly, we have to create one such experiment for the Rural Economic Forum. If that experiment succeeds, probably we can replicate whatever IT has done for the country. The same thing through REF, we want to do it. Maybe in technology terms, last in, first out. So since Srini Raju came, the last person to come, I'll ask him to give his thought process to start with.
Good morning to all of you. I don't want to make it like a friends thing going on here. As he said that, I've known him from 1992. And how he has helped shape first Bangalore and then Hyderabad, then the journey that we followed. So my observations, let's look at the Indian economy as primarily into three different categories. Actually, there are four of them, but one is agrarian economy, other one is manufacturing economy, the third is the service economy. In service economy, again, there are two parts. One is Bharat, the other one is India. So very often we tend to mix them up. We just say India means everything, isn't it? I'm just only to make a point, I'm saying it. The Bharat is that 1.2 billion people who make less than 15,000 rupees or to whatever that 144,000 rupees per annum average. And India is what, we combine Mukesh Ambani, Adani and all of them and say that we are doing very well. Okay. So that's about 200 million. This is a reality of life. So when we talk many things, like the other day, if you saw the speech by the Prime Minister for the NRIs in New York, that is all for the 200 million Indians. Okay. So people like us, I have been to his house quite a number of times in Anantapur, and we all come from the first generation people. His father was a teacher, but my father was a 3 acres farmer. 3 acres my father had when he started his thing. And at that time, they were able to send the child to school with 3 acres. So I'll give a small example for you, not to criticize anybody, small example to you to drive the point. 40, 50 years ago when I was in the village, somebody has 100 acres of land, he was considered to be a very rich man. Somebody who has 1,000, they were considered to be jamindars. Now, let us compare today 100-acre landlord, 1,000-acre landlord with a job here. The income out of the 100 acres is 25 lakhs rupees, approximately. Little bit more, little less, as 25 lakhs. That's the salary of a startup engineer here from IIIT Hyderabad. And 1,000 acres multiplied by 10, 2.5 crores. If there are any professionals around this thing, it will be salary of that professional. the CXOs. So what happened? What happened is that we created these two societies. The larger part of our population, which is agrarian, we kept them poor by keeping the food prices low. Everybody says, no, food prices have to be low, so that all the money can be spent for telephone, TV, Netflix. That's why these companies become trillion-dollar companies overnight. They're not becoming just because of that. Because the money you give 4,000 rupees pension to a family in Andhra Pradesh, first thing they do it is they have to pay 300 rupees or 320 rupees to the telecom company, otherwise they'll disconnect it. The second thing is they have to pay to the TV fellow, otherwise they'll disconnect it. Then finally, how much they're spending for food? Almost nothing, because they get free rice also 5 kilos. So as long as you do that, saying that food has to be free, we are going to keep, by design, we are going to keep half of our population poor. That's the reality of it. So we keep talking with the lawmakers saying that, why people have to pay so less of their income on the food? Let's put it up slowly. Overnight we cannot do it. If you don't lift that thing up, they'll remain poor forever. And then, like he said, his nephew, the same problem will come. Nobody will do it. Of course, people still live there because not all of them can come here. But they live a poverty life. If you have to take care of that population also, the urban consumers have to pay a little bit more to the food. By the way, this is not only India. Most of the countries do the same thing. The poorest of the people in every country is the one who is actually producing food for all of us. Okay, it's just a conflict. It's a kind of a contradiction of life. Now, we're saying that, okay, fine, how do we uplift their incomes? A lot of people worked on various things. He has also given a lot of examples kind of thing, all the way from, we say that we'll grow, the crops that give higher higher income. We do the food processing units. We do this, we do that. Some people went all the way into saying we'll create a rural shoring kind of thing. We set up actually service, low cost service businesses there, so that remotely they can work. It's all nice actually. I have seen some people have done wonderful jobs around it, but that's not sufficient. So all that I say is we need to be very realistic about what is feasible, what is not feasible, and see then we try to find the solutions for it. The solutions for quite a few of our problems that we have today, the higher end of it, which is the technology, AI and all the, yes, there are challenges there also, but we'll find, the business people find solution for their business people, the well-educated people find solution for themselves. It is the middle one which has not happened. That's, as I talked about two of them, that is agrarian, service, the manufacturing. The manufacturing, all these, the hard work of Mr. Chaudhary and all of them, $200 billion exports, every month we send it to China. We import everything. Probably if you see here, most of the things must have been imported here, because we make very little here. There's the reason. We started 10 years ago saying we'll do Make in India, didn't work out. We'll say Atmanirbhar, didn't work out. And I looked into it. It's not, I'm not talking from general thing, and Mr. Chaudhary knows that I have funded another thing called Sri City, those of you who would have heard it. So we do that as an experimental place. It's really the farthest place you can go in Andhra Pradesh. From Hyderabad is the farthest place you can go, fully neglected, reserved constituency. So that's why we were, but good thing is next to Chennai. It's just the bordering with Tamil Nadu. Then we started learning a lot of things there are 220 companies today from 30 countries. So we have data. What works, what doesn't work for these kind of things. What I have realized talking to them is very interesting how you think. Somebody I met there and said, why didn't you make in India instead of making some of those richer economies? They said, we have already invested there in CapEx. We can't move it. But if you make CapEx, we'll move operations. So these are the challenges. So we reached out to Government of India. I said, slogans won't bring business. Please. They're all business people. If you just say that, please come and invest in my state, please come invest in my district, they're not going to do that. They want to see the value for that. What is that you're going to get it? So we should have done a hand-holding Like any business you're all running, isn't it? $1 billion will have a president, vice president, very structured to achieve that. So we were suggesting to the government that every $1 billion we import in consumer goods, I'm not talking about capital goods and high tech, just talking about consumer goods. You make an officer in charge of it and ask them why it is not happening. What is that we need to do to make it happen? Finally, with PLI scheme, we have semiconductors happening, isn't it? That's because somebody focused on that. If we focus at the government of India level, which has to happen there, state governments, all their money is gone into that scheme, this scheme. There's no money available, please. It's only government of India because they're also saying our money is also over, but luckily they can print it. State governments cannot print it, isn't it? They don't have it. They have to stop it at some point borrowing. With the government of India, they have a little bit more leeway. So if they focus on each of them, like what we are talking about it, then start. Some of these consumer manufactured goods, consumer goods, can be done in towns and all of them. They don't have to be here in Hyderabad and Bangalore kind of thing. They can be done a little away kind of thing because they don't mind, and also consumers are also there. Most of them are very close to the consumers there. But there is a structural problem. When the Indian economy is few $1 billion, we had one secretary, one additional secretary, 2 joint secretaries. Today, these $200 billion or $500 billion, we have the trade, same people. Where do they have time? They're all very busy with their work. Half the time they get called by the bosses into the meetings kind of thing. So they have not yet resolved the issue of structural issues. It's to be able to focus. And my personal belief is that if you focus like we have done in other things, you gave an example. They focused on saying, I want to make the IT work in this country. They said, go figure it out, thanks to Mr. Vittal and the people that existed then. So then they came up with various suggestions and all of them, it has happened. And I have seen myself, few of them. In 2014, we suggested to the government that cell phone manufacturing is not happening in this country. You know why it is? The duty on the imported phone was less than the components, which we normally call it as inverted duty structure. So we went to the government, represented to them, they fixed that problem. Still 10 years gone, we still only assemble. We use a wrong word called manufacturing. It is actually assembly. No manufacturing has come to this country yet in that segment also. Though we say we are exporting iPhones, it's actually mostly they're all made in China because America is putting some restrictions there. They bring to India, do little assembly, export from here. So it's kind of circumventing some of the other issues. But a time will come that we have to start making the components and all of them in this country. So there's still a huge potential, but it all requires the focus.
So now I request Dr. Nimagada Ravishankar from New Jersey. Though he is from Krishna district, I adopted him to Anantapur districts. So I attached Nagabhushan Razu, who is doing a lot of rural development, rural innovation, rural startups. So I attached him. Can we create any success stories in Anantapur using Atal Incubation Center where a lot of agri and rural startups are this thing? So what is your experience? How can you think that we can create quickly few examples of success, low-hanging fruits?
So first of all, thank you so much for having me on this roundtable. The main challenge in the rural places, as I see, is the lack of engagement. So lack of engagement in terms of identifying the problems can be their own problems, or the problems can be the Bharat's problems, or the problems that could be of international domain problems. So it would then lead to a question of how do we provide mentorship, how do we provide a structural thought process, how do we give a business wrap around it. While Srini Rajugaru said that some of the manufacturing and some of the larger opportunities, if we can approach it from a very small components of problems that we can really solve, for example, building water reservoirs or some kind of building banks to the canals or cleaning up the canal fronts kind of things. These are not the responsibilities of the governments. In the times that you mentioned that when we were all children, government was not doing all this. These were all done by the cooperatives. The kind of cooperation between the members of a village were very different. But that kind of a fabric was broken as a result of the urbanization. I think we need to really go back to building that kind of a fabric, that kind of a mindset. And we need to give a business and opportunity and problem solving to the youngsters who are really coming in. The youngsters don't have the same kind of factional issues that had in the transitional times. But the younger people, they want to really solve problems. They want to learn things. They want to really build and set up. Once we can address some of the capital side of the issues and investment side of the issues, which is an external intervention and assistance needed, but from an operations, from a skill sets, from enablement, there are a lot of things that are possible. The good and bad news is a lot of this industry and technology, global recession, there is a lot of mid to senior management is going to be very obsolete. So that there is going to be a problem of employment from those places. But at the same time, if we can repurpose them to be the leaders, to be the mentors, because they have seen organizations, they have seen the processes, they have seen the metrics, they have seen the productivity. If we can apply some of that to our rural places, it would make a lot more sense to build small and micro enterprises to be able to lift this up. And the problems that we can identify can be varied in nature. They can be agricultural, they can be very basic consumer durables, consumer products, logistics, healthcare. You just take it any different. Sometimes I wonder that we solve many problems for the Western community, but we never thought about solving our own problems. And we under-recognized our problems, we under-invested into our problems. Sometimes we don't even have not seen that these are the problems because we are so conditioned to really looking at things in a certain way. So we have to really take a slightly different approach.
Yeah, Ravi, I have, you are mentoring one person who used to work in the Accenture in Bangalore. Now he has returned back to his village and he has got some agri products and all that, but he was not able to scale up. So now you are trying to make him successful. See, the reason why I am bringing this to you, I see that in the next 5 years, thanks to automation, a lot of people who went from villages to work in the IT industry, all the services industry and all that, many of them are going to be, laid off or we don't know because of the automation. Do you think there is a possibility that we can bring them back to the villages and whatever Partha has done, and that model can be scalable and structured?
Absolutely, sir. It is not only scalable, but it's also repeatable in other segments as well. It's not only on the natural farming of agricultural products. Ananta Naturals is one of the companies that I have interacted. The model is great. The effort has been phenomenal. The dedication, it's none to the second, right? So it's a phenomenally dedicated effort.
Srini, I just wanted to see this Partha, sorry to interrupt. He worked in the industry in Bangalore and came back to his village. He is now growing whatever the organic products and all that. He has got a market because he used to live in a gated community in Bangalore, his friends and all that. He is able to use that network and able to survive and all that. So what Ravi is trying to, you're able to sustain and survive, but there is a possibility for you to go up in the ladder, export them. That's where people like you have to step in. And once you create that success story, maybe all other people instead of working for somebody likely to be laid off and all that, if you can make more money and become an entrepreneur with a pride, maybe that could be some model which I am thinking maybe you need to correct.
So no job is a superior job or an inferior job. It's all about what we have really created as the kind of constructs, right? Like the example for your nephew that you said that he was that he's not able to get a marriage alliance is because of the kind of the constructs, the narratives that we have created. A lot of times we are locked in our own narratives. So it is time for us to really push some of the narratives that are more relevant and meaningful and that are going to be useful in constructing the India that we want, the Bharat that we want. And there is a role that we all have to play in that process. And what I have observed is it is not as difficult as we all think. It's all about doing a focused experiment for a little bit of period. You just need to put them from that orbit to the next orbit, then they'll be on their own. So all you have to do is you have to change that narrative a little bit, get them to the next level. That little track change is what is real.
Yeah, if this reverse migration from cities to villages if that is happening, going to happen in scale, lot of things will happen. Once they come back, they will do something, then they will take the local people. I think that is a doable. I'm also thinking that, we need to enable a structure where whoever is coming, give 5 acres on lease basis and provide all the assistance and take the products and process it and export whatever it is possible. If that is a reality, Raju, since you have been supporting a lot of rural startups, particularly agriculture startups, do you think this is possible for us to experiment, take who are working in the IT industry, because Anantapur is closer to Bangalore, and if you can provide an alternate mechanism, they're getting not only a monthly, not necessarily income as a salary, but his own income. And plus, he's becoming an entrepreneur. There's a model where he can scale up, like what Ravi is doing with Partha. Is that a possibility with your experience in Atal Incubation Center at Anantapur?
Yes, sir. Anyway, first of all, thank you very much for all the panel members. In fact, it's a real news, the difference between Bharat and India. In fact, what we have been doing, in fact, Partha, the example which we are taking is Anantapur. Ananta Naturals is the startup with us some 3 years back. And when we were interacting with him, and he came from Infosys and then Accenture, and then Upanesanpalli is the village, very close to SK University, where our incubator is there. And probably we told them then, why can't he utilize the opportunity of networking his contacts to sell or whatever he is doing as the agriculture. And then, he concentrated, and then we connected him with a number of mentors. And over the 2 years, and we could not bring him back. The feedback that I got, Mr. Ravi, is he's gone into a loop, kind of a software subroutine. And he's not able to come out of it. And he has to be brought out of that in order. He's comfortable.
Maybe he's happy with that.
He's happy
income.
with that. But he required next, if he has to go to next orbit, probably we require.
That's where mentoring is required.
Exactly, sir. And that's what exactly we are doing at Atal Incubation Center. In fact, the very purpose, the business plan which I went to Niti Aayog some 6 years back in 2017, when there were 3,650 applicants for getting Atal Incubation Centers in the country. All the other applicants were, they were pitching for so many startups, so many mentors, so many all these things. But I went with a different business plan altogether, because I am coming from a tier 3 or tier 4 town, predominantly rural population, rural students. And my business plan basically was, my startups will be only little, but I will be sensitizing 50,000 students over a period of 5 years, rural students towards entrepreneurship, and 5,000 faculty towards innovation and entrepreneurship. And 1,500 entrepreneurs who will be really trained on the job, because there are startups coming parallelly on the incubation center. So in fact, this has really caught up the selection committee of the Niti Aayog. When I focused on my model was really, workable. They thought at the end of the 6 rounds in 2018, there was no Zoom, only Skype filtering was there. At the end of the 7th round, Mr. Amitabh Kant, the CEO of Niti Aayog, was telling me, Professor Raju, where is the Sri Krishna Deva Raya University? Entire board supported you. And of the 3,600 applicants, they selected only 13 incubation centers all over the country. And Sri Krishna Deva Raya University was the only state-funded university in the entire country for that year to get it.
Congrats.
It is only because of the business plan and the concentration on the rural population, sensitizing of the rural students, because they are there living with day in and day out with problems. That's where the society problems are there. Problems are there in societies, in communities, in municipalities, in agricultural fields, because that's where we need the sensitization to happen.
So what I suggest, Raju, between Ravi and Raju, both ours, you need to come out with what are the models. Structurally, we have to give it to KPMG, taking example of Partha or this thing, so that it's a low-hanging fruit. It's already happening. maybe we have to give a little bit more better structure, more mentors, and see that they become super duper success. Once that happens, all others, they will say, oh, my son also wants to do that. And people who are working in Bangalore, instead of working in Bangalore with all the high costs and all that, they rather go back and help their parents and all that. Somehow we have to start that reverse migration at scale. Then automatically things in villages will start showing up, and this whatever the taboo, this thing, people not getting married because of they're staying, all that will become this thing. I think I request both of you to work on that. Then I'll go to Captain Bobby. You have something else?
One closing point on this, sir. So years ago, when we all started the computer programming and software engineering, the skills of COBOL and technology and all any languages, they were all to be trained, and companies really spent a lot of time. I was an alumni of Infosys, alumni of Satyam. So I've seen the amount of effort that these companies have really spent in training people. But are we really putting that kind of an effort for the rural folks to be able to solve? They don't need to learn COBOL, but they need to know how to use an internet, how to use ChatGPT. These tools were not available before. Now they are democratized. So we are at the Amritkal. We are at the golden moment. So we need to really look at the tools as the tools for the rural and the people who earlier otherwise erstwhile didn't have an access. That's number one. Number two, the automation is eliminating jobs from the traditional corporate. It's reducing the need of the real labor. But if you can really bring that automation back into the rural place, we can actually solve the problem of labor shortage that we have in the villages, but bring light automation to be able to lift up the productivity from the agrarian communities. That's number two. Number three is what Professor Nagbhushanam said, is the sensitizing. The sensitizing from an incubation center is a great example. I spent a lot of time with Dr. Mauly to understand the historic work done. And the learnings from that sensitization process now can be expanded to a greater scale, not only in one location, but also can be in many areas, and use the technology as a medium, as a tool to be able to do that. If we can combine these pieces together, then the reverse or the de-urbanization, reverse migration will happen, because that will become a mainstream natural phenomenon.
Thank you, Ravi. Now, Captain Bobby, since you came from Adilabad, from a small tribal family, then became a commercial pilot, now you are helping all the northeastern states, working with the chief ministers and trying to do something. What do you think it is workable to help those northeastern states? I know that many of those girls come all the way to Hyderabad to work in spas and all that. I feel very bad about them. They are very good communicators, very good looking, but still they do all kinds of these things. Is there any possibility for us to focus on northeastern states and create some opportunities for them in their own states, instead of they traveling all the way to cities like Hyderabad and all that, so that you can create a rural economy and also they can work with pride? Yes. Are there any such opportunities that you are suggesting to the chief ministers of those northeastern states?
Thank you, sir. And definitely when we talk about rural economic growth, it's not only in Northeast. The whole nation today's date requires this. And for this, today, sir was talking about reverse migration. Reverse migration is possible when reverse learning is happening. Reverse learning is happening only when the bureaucrats in the top level, the policy makers, the regulator makers, don't make the policy based on their expertise. They should make the policies based on what is fit for that particular state, because every state, every district has a different occupation, different culture, different mindset. So this is it's not an easy task as we talk about a rural development. But yes, to be very open to you, sir, before I could say something today, I stand over here and share a dais with Srini Rajagaru, because he was the one who mentored me to be a pilot for my aviation.
Oh, fantastic.
And I'm really, really thankful for Srini Rajagaru. Thank you so much, because today, not only I'm helping myself, I'm helping a lot of people to become pilots, and also with the mentoring of Jay Chaudhary Garu, I am doing a lot of awareness programs in terms of startups. So government has a lot of schemes, sir. You talk about Atmanirbhar Bharat, Startup India, Stand Up India, Mudra loans, but these are the policies which are only lying on the paper with black and white. This is not actually reaching the bandwidths, the actual people. So here what ISF can play a role, Srini Raju can play a role, Srini Raju sir, because he is having his SEZ. We have to kind of go identify one district, one product. Because in Araku, I have visited, there's a lot of organic agri products. And I have identified 22 organic agri products. Today, most of the agri products they use for themselves and they just dump it and they go, sir. And you talk about Paderu and Araku. So if at all we kind of create entrepreneurs in the local candidates who has little bit of leadership qualities. We need to see the person who has the knowledge, the leadership qualities. Because when I knocked at the Srini Raju sir's door, he has interviewed me, I still remember, for 30 minutes and he said, I am there for you. So that kind of a confidence gives you the belief in yourself that you can march forward. And that is where ISF and all the organizations and the stakeholders who are sitting over, I expect everybody to handhold one person and make the difference. Today, policies are there, ecosystem is there, but the mentors are not there, and the mentor should be very, very focused, because there was one program which was run by Facebook called Goal Program in integration with Tribal Ministry, and I was one of the mentors. That was a big flop because they identified the mentors and the mentee was given. There was a mismatch, conflict of interest in these startups. So what I feel over here as an ISF platform, I would say that coming to Andhra Pradesh, sir, what I realized in Northeast, we export eggs. And all the fish comes from the Andhra. And it takes 5 days over there to reach. And the local people eat a lot of fish over there because it is Northeast, and even the Bengalis are settled over there. So these kind of things we need to identify, talk to the government and create a SEZ over there. We be the command center by creating the forward and backward linkages to them, because the major concern is the forward and backward linkages and the capital capex. So now, in order to start a small SEZ, we can use of the Mudra loan, which is up to 20 lakhs right now without collateral. So in integration with the government, in integration with the ISF, SEZ stalwarts and the industry stalwarts, they can recruit or ignite by giving the awareness program, identify the first batch. Automatically you will see, because today I come from Adilabad, Dandepalli village, and there is one village called Dharmapuri. They saw my article and one day I received a call saying that, Bida na koduku kuda pilot chestava ani. And today, that guy is flying with Air India, and his first wings, when he was wearing, his father said, call Bobby Akka and tell that you have become a pilot. So this is the satisfaction we all can have. But we need to be really true to ourselves. We need to be honest with what we are doing. So there is everybody involved. It is an ecosystem. One person cannot change it. And to be a change agent, we need to work like a team, and we need to change our attitudes. Because from the rural people, there are a lot of challenges. Generally, we make judgments. Arey, isse nahi hota hai. Aap kya karoge? Aim chesta ho. Aim idea sunne. See, he might be having a wonderful idea. See, today, in aviation industry, after flying, I know that by 2030, you need 100 simulators. And each simulator, it costs per hour $500, and in a year, you kind of log in 7,000 hours. So you can calculate what is it. And if at all wear and tear for one simulator, you can have 3 to 4 simulators where buy one, get one free comes for you. So there is a lot of inside, if at all you literally see. But what is happening? We are only kind of talking about connecting the Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, but we need the talent pool ready-made, like, over there, sir, in Sri City, I have one suggestion, sir, because as you are saying, there are 200 companies who are already manufacturing over there or who are into the service segments. Each manufacturing unit will definitely need a raw material or something. So if at all we can identify one segment from the bottom of the barrel people and connect to them, and they'll be supplying as a small agent, as a small vendor, the journey starts. You are creating a mindset. You are seeding them. And then we need to kind of bring in a lot of awareness program, because when I was a kid, my dad used to say, kuch naukri kar le, shadi kar le and then sit at home. Because this is what we've been taught in the middle class and the lower segments. And rural segment, 70% of the population comes from the rural segment. So right from the childhood, we've been seeded that you study engineering, you become a doctor, or you study engineering and based on your professions, try to get a job, and we feel very happy, we get married. But when you talk about Ambani's kids, when you talk about Wipro, Premji's kids, they don't work. They are never kind of given that kind of a mindset. They will say that you be a CEO of an organization. So whenever as a TEDx speaker, I go to the universities and I talk to the people, I say, don't think of doing a job for somebody. You be a job creator instead of being a job seeker. So that's where the mentality, the mental status of a kid starts reviving. So it is a continuous journey, sir, and definitely we can do.
ISF is doing only that.
Yes, sir. And in Northeast also, there are a lot of organic products where you can talk about ginger, you can talk about turmeric, and there's a lot of bamboo shoots over there. And today, bamboo is in a big demand.
What I suggest, Bobby, from Northeastern point of view, what are your ideas which can be given to KPMG team? Similarly, why don't you take Sri City as an example? Whatever you suggested, I think is doable. Work with Srini offline and see how that experiment can be implemented, which can be scalable later on.
Done, sir.
So give such low-hanging fruits within 1 year. We have to show to the government, yes, these were the things we thought about it and we made it happen. Then they will get, we'll get the funding, we'll get everything. Then things will start flowing down. So those are the two your action items. Start working on that.
Thank you, sir.
Before because she has to go for another meeting. Manisha, who heads the Infosys Foundation, Sudha Murthy role she has now taken. Manisha, I know that though you are not directly connected to Infosys now, you are part of the Infosys Foundation. Now we are looking at, for example, Infosys is going to lay off X number of people, maybe about 100 people, for example. Not lay off, say they're not properly performing and they are in the pink list. That's not layoff. Okay. If they're going to be in the pink list, instead of you may be having a severance package. Normally in the corporates you have a severance package. Apart from the severance package, can Infosys Foundation, you have a lot of money. I know you have thousands of crores money sitting in the foundation. In addition to that severance package, can you also propose to make them as an entrepreneur, because most of them come from a rural background, agriculture background and all that. Okay, this is your package and this is the money, supporting money from the foundation. This is the seed money. You let us know, ISF will do the matching contribution for them, and we will also give some idea when they get back to the village. We are working on the model so that we'll make sure that they become a micro entrepreneur going back to the village and creating a new economy. Is that a possibility?
I wouldn't take that as a good example at all.
No, whatever example I'm thinking, I mean,
so I would say it's more like this, that
I give only disruptive examples, disruptive ideas.
The major thing is that from CSR money, we cannot do anything related to employee benefit. However, keeping that aside, I understand the essence of the question. So
you have to innovate there.
Yes, the point is that can we use the CSR money to help people earn livelihood?
Your own employees. You are not helping others. Your own Infosys employees.
From CSR, we can't do anything for employees, but we can do for the larger community, and that's what we want to do.
Okay.
So we are spending lots of effort on helping rural people get livelihood, and we've observed that there are 3 types of gaps we have. One is skill gap, another is aspiration gap, like many people mentioned that they don't even have role models. And what I believe in is that if you can see it, you can do it. So the aspiration gap. And the third is awareness and the knowledge gap. So that these three things, that is what we are working on. And when it comes to the CSR, we, instead of going into, because there's so much that you can do, at least with now with the foundation, I have certain mechanisms in which we can steer the decision making. So we're saying let's focus on livelihood, employment, or livelihood, one of the two. And what we observed is these are the 3 points we need to do. And I'm really focusing on the rural, because typical tendency of CSR is that we would like to do it near our campus, but we are avoiding that. We're saying, can we do it in the rural? because that is where more help is needed. Lots of experts from CSR like KPMG told us that most of the CSR happen in the backyard. It should happen away from your own backyard. So we are also focusing on that how do we do it in rural area, what can be done. Consciously efforts are made. And the awareness gap is the biggest one, sir, where we are trying to see how can we create role models, how do we tell people, even for the scholarships, sir, where the government is giving scholarship, only about 18%, actually there is 18.7% of the scholarship, which is amount which is budget is put in the budget for students, is actually utilized because students don't know there is. So we are trying to bridge those gaps so that it becomes a systemic change. Instead of we give scholarship, we'll give 100 crore, 200 crore, 300 crore. We'll never be able to match government, which is like 20,000 crore. We can't do that. So we are trying to work on such gaps. So if when the KPMG report comes and we understand what are the gaps where we play, we call it working with the system and bringing in systemic change. Instead of doing my 1 rupee goes to one person. No, my 1 rupee should multiply by 100 and help. That's what we are trying to do. So that is one aspect. Another thing which I wish it is documented somewhere and we do something around that is whenever there is they say that rural people, I actually ask this question to people, why are people poor? Because everybody can work. And we have great examples of people from anywhere can do anything, especially in India. So they said people are poor because, by the way, I was having a conversation with a person from MIT and Harvard. And he works in Bihar in the social sector. So I asked him this, that why is there a reason? Because work is available for everybody. So he said it's because whenever there is a problem in the poor family, like death or anybody not well, that is when the whole family is brought down by 10 years. Otherwise, hand to mouth work, they do. They're working very hard. So if there are some interventions we can do related to that, even if we can work on that, where we say, okay, don't give money as for the livelihood or to every month, don't give. But when somebody dies in the family, give money, because that is when they need the money and that's when they pulled back. So this nobody thinks about why are people poor and what is not reaching the rural. And we would like to bridge gap on that. We're working here.
Yeah, maybe what I suggest, rural livelihood programs, whatever you have, maybe you can share it with Sandeep and see if that can be improvised, create more livelihood programs in the rural area. Infosys as a anchor for that this thing. Once it is successful, probably we'll go to other foundations. Similar thing we will.
We are trying to create a template which can be repeated.
Correct. So please work with Sandeep. Maybe one more request, Manisha. So I know that government, all the rules, Srinirazu can tell you. When I was at the government, I used to break all the rules.
Yes, sir.
Right? So you're in a foundation, that to Infosys Foundation. Don't go with your structured approach and all that. You are there for a certain period. You try to break and say, no, for the country, this has to be done. You have to be bold and we can help you. What are the
to really bring in the change, I wouldn't even say that let's wait for somebody to be laid off or performance related.
No, laid off is
let's reach out to the best of Infosians or best of the corporate people and make them mentors.
Sure.
And that should be done today. We don't have to wait for some.
Excellent session.
To do that, sir.
Excellent session.
Yeah.
So I request you to work with Sandeep. What are those 2-3 things in the next 1 year? How Infosys can champion, Infosys Foundation can champion those things that can bring some light in the rural area. Now I request Professor Siddharth, in your academic journey, you must have given a lot of ideas and so do you have any such innovative ideas, not theoretical ideas, which are easily practically possible for us to implement those things in the next 1 year?
So
you are from SRM University.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So just a little disclaimer. I'm not an academic. I'm an entrepreneur since last 21 years. I have 5 life ventures as we speak, customers in 71 countries. And, prior to that, I was, like normal for many of us, was a corporate animal, engineering, MBAs, went to Harvard for studies. large MNCs. But so I see this opportunity of working with an academic, institution. When it came about, I felt that in this entire system that all of us are working with the output. This is one segment of the society that works with the input. Okay, the students were there at that stage, at moldable stage. So whatever productivity, efficiency outcomes we create is with the output. If it can be really brought in at the input stage, there's going to be a sea change in terms of the outcomes. That's what brought me into this space now parallelly. Now the things that we just talked about, I'll more than ideas, just share a live experience that which is exactly on the space that we are discussing. So when I came into SRM University, one of the interesting thing I observed, there are about 1,200 plus universities in India and 60,000 plus other colleges, which are not yet universities, or deemed or etc., standard engineering colleges. All of these 60,000 plus, institutions, very interesting, outside of some standalone institutions like TISS or XISS, we did not have a single center for social entrepreneurship in any university across the country. This talks of IITs, IIMs, and everywhere. Somewhere there are, like sir mentioned, some experiments of using existing ones and steering them towards that, rather than actually having centers that are only motive is for that. So because largely entrepreneurship worldwide has been a self-serving mechanism. It's making individuals richer. That's it. The design came from there, rather than society-serving mechanism or changing at that. So I think the first thing that I've done, which I think as a policy level, Sandeep, perhaps you would make a note of that, is we created India's first university-based center for social entrepreneurship, because we said just doesn't exist. Somebody has to take and say this is to be there to talk about it. Now, when we did that, that's where perhaps a second policy intervention could come, which all of these actually happened to us. So I'm just, more been, I would say, fortunate in that. This is a small company out of Chennai, a corporate. I think Manisha could, see how it works for Infosys in that context. Very small, unknownish company called Polymedia. I met their CEO in some of the interactions in one of these forums, and I said, I have a program which is going to actually make entrepreneurs within next quarter, and in hundreds of them, purely from rural, that to women micro-entrepreneurs. I'll give you a count, and from where we start, and on the 100th day, we will have an entrepreneur with a venture, with 10 people being given livelihood, okay, besides she herself being an entrepreneur. So the CEO was pretty excited with this. He said, make a proposal. So he sent, literally 2 weeks from then, exactly 2 weeks from now, we're talking of moving fast and, breaking some rules. 2 weeks later, into the university account, they sent, not even in parts, the entire amount of 2 crores of CSR money on March 31st is landed into our account. Okay? Yes. No quarter-wise telling and etc. saying, if I feel this is the direction, I'm going to back it, here is the full money, we'll talk 100 days later. So today where we stand, I just came back from the 6 months review, which I did, So the program in this 2 crores, I'll just give a little math here because all of us can almost participate in that math. 125 micro-entrepreneurs we are creating. These are rural women. These are women, of course, they do not know English. So we created a tool in vernacular, in Telugu. And so this tool was particularly designed, and this is a tool long back, I had worked when I was at Harvard, to map entrepreneurial potential among, university graduates. But I said, we need to flip this. It has to be repurposed, remade to map entrepreneurial potential among rural women, because their mapping is different. I will not be asking them standard questions like that. So through this tool, we did mining. We captured around 2,500 of these women, and all of them had a first level pre-incubation sort of program. There's a boot camp created for them. Subsequently, we said, it has to happen parallelly for them. An incubator, an accelerator, these are all urban constructs, so to say. I have to fuse them together. On day one itself, they have to think of how to accelerate while incubating, put all of this together, and 30 days later, the ventures got created. How did the venture got created? You were mentioning, for example, sometimes do you have ideas, they ask. And they get discouraged. They think, I don't. I said, well, you don't need to have ideas. Here is an idea pool. The 200 villages that we went to, in each one of them, we said, we want people to come back to rural, right? When they come back to us, if I go back, my wife is going to have the biggest concern is their child care. Okay? My parents are going to have biggest concern is their elder care. So very simple. 2 ideas, every village, 1 child care, every village, 1 elder care. Like this, we created 20 themes. The themes are created. You don't have idea, this is not an idea generation event. This is a venture creation activity. So we gave it ideas. We worked with them, create the payment gateways exist. They don't know how to connect with it. I'm making neem toys, but I'm never there on Amazon because I actually don't know how to even make my profile there. Okay. All of these end to end. Now, the example that I want to give here is this is designed in a way to replicate it across the state further. There are more villages than the 200 that we have just touched. Okay. Like we do the entrepreneur in residence, for me, these are entrepreneurs in their own residence, in their own village. They're not going anywhere. And each one of them is an example. And when a woman is made, the kind of contribution she has to the rural economy and to the agriculture value chain in variety of ways, sometimes not even counted the way she is. She's doing the cleaning, the filtering and all of that, not even added as the value chain. When she comes in as an entrepreneur, it is an entrepreneur with a completely different E. It is empathy-led entrepreneurship. Her focus on both the family and the actual environment around her, all of that is going to be so different. So we are seeing in the next batch, out of these 125, have we spent money on them? Only 75,000 rupees per entrepreneur. I had the math saying, out of the 2 crores, this is how I'm going to make 120. 75,000 rupees spent on what? Never on machineries. Because I said, those are your assets. As an entrepreneur, I taught you that you must own your assets. Only on the gaps of things like, how to do the training that you're doing, how to do marketing, how to do brand building. And you're doing neem toys, but your biggest customers could have been, actually not in villages, but in urban who are thinking, what is my kid putting in my mouth? All of these things. So my point of view is that this is a completely actioned, not actionable, it's an actioned, ready-made template. Can policy-wise, out of your CSR, government says that X% should go for rural CSR. Currently, you're putting society. When you put a society as a word, corporate social responsibility, I think of social responsibility as corporate marketing responsibility. Okay, which means I give it to hockey where my name appears here. My sister works with Coal India, lots of money for CSR, and all that money goes to hockey. Good, but wherever Coal India brand can come. But the question arises is that when it is directed and we convert this, vectorize this whole direction, this mission, is when we decide where the address is going to be. So I think as a policy itself, this can change. From that little polymedia, if that experiment comes to us next year, I have 20 of these polymedias working with us. We will take you to 25 states and we'll guarantee. So in fact, anyway, we have taken this mission that, within this thing, we must have 1,000 product. My dream is to have a museum very soon in 3 years of 1,000 products created from the rural environments with this woman itself from variety of this thing. All the material that they are using also, we are saying it should be something that gets created here. Make in India doesn't have to come from anywhere. India is there. We just have to make it at our home. So I think this program is called Aditri. because Aditri is a other name for goddess Lakshmi, and all these people are, they used to do design of Lakshmi. So I said, from drawing, you draw the energy that you want from there and you start making it. So actively, we can really, from Jay Chaudhary's formula, I really like that, typically in education, we have all this model of there's learning, then thinking, and then acting. So mostly by the time acting chance doesn't come, too late, right? So a lot of learning and then a little bit of thinking and no acting. So we just flipped it and said, acting, thinking, there'll be some learning will draw out of it. There's no theory out there. So I basically think that we want to flip this model, and by design, we fuse these three things together and really go out there, really make this happen. Our students, 6,000 of it, there was no course, which was all courses in the university was for different degrees and different things. I said, I'm going to make one course, which is going to be mandatory whoever is on my campus. PhD scholars, postdoc scholar, MTech, undergrad, anybody. And what is that? Faculty, staff, everybody. So it's called CESE. It is community engagement and social entrepreneurship. So we have created two teams there. One, we talked about how the rural or India got transformed because we used to have PCOs, right? So I call them that, they are something like that. So we created these two teams. One team primarily keeps visiting the rural district and only like a sponge capturing pain points. Its job is only come back and offload. I brought 200 problem statements. Fantastic. I love it. Then I'll further see how to clusterize it and find out the 5 top ones. But there's a team that works on just pain point gathering. Then there are another team which are the pain relievers. Their job is then come back and say how this is themed to this program, and then gets fitted into Raditri and goes into this creating these micro entrepreneurs who will solve their own villages. I can't solve, I'm not even living there. So the entire design, now you see my team of Aditri, this entire machinery is just 6 people. But I'm using an army of 6,000 because the students exist. These students itself, at some point of time, then when the venture is created, are pro bono working with these ventures. So my best CSC students are telling them, I'm going to design your site. I'm going to put you up there. My best students in my biotech are working with them to put honeybee, these things in all the fields. The farmer doesn't mind because it's increasing his productivity. And now you're telling them how you brand that honey for it to be selling at the right price. They were selling it as a commodity. All of this is my business school team works on that. So the whole university, just one example, and this is an example, SRM itself has served 7 universities, different parts, including in Northeast, in Sikkim as well. But this is just one in which, and we are the youngest of it. We're just 7 years old. Decided to do it, and all of this experiment is not even 7 months old. So what I am saying is that we would really I'm happy to share as much insights that we are drawing from it.
What I suggest, we'll have a separate team, our ISF team and KPNG team will sit with you, which can go into the report also. And some of this will, good, excellent. Thanks a lot.
So in fact, Sheshadri had, put me on this, the skill and employability, this thing, because many of my own ventures are in that space for the last 20 years. So, but I said, see, if I have a choice, I want to be in this forum because I want to talk about what we are doing.
Thank you.
Think this is what
Thank you for opting to be on our panel. Madam, now say, you are heading FICCI Flow. FICCI Flow, all women entrepreneurs, particularly FICCI Flow. I know I was the co-chairman for FICCI. I know how successful entrepreneurs are there with the FICCI Flow. How do you connect your successful women entrepreneurs to the rural women leaders? I know in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, Dwakra women and self-help groups, they're doing lots of things. Can you provide a bridge between them and the FICCI Flow entrepreneurs? See that whatever they're producing, they're limited to in their own local area. They're growing, but not to whatever Ravi was telling they're not able to go to the world level. We can think of making them as a unicorn, right? Because already they've done something, they're doing something, they know the business model. How do we scale them up? Providing good mentors from Wikiflow and see how you can their products and services can go to the global level and create more unicorns or whatever this thing, so that success breeds success. Can you do that?
The scale is not something that we are able to match at this point of time, because we are a fully voluntary organization of women entrepreneurs and professionals who come together. We give our time, we give our expertise, and ultimately it's a little part-time, right? So though year on year we are trying to do something, sometimes what happens, the consistency.
Where there is a will, there is a way, madam.
So that's what I'm coming to. I will start with some use cases that I have seen. Usually our tenure is for a year. So in the last 6 months, what I have seen, we wanted to upskill some farmers, women farmers. Our focus is mostly on women, almost always on women. Sometimes if men by default are part of that group or something, then yes, we are not so agnostic about it. So we went to this village in Rawalkol, Mechal village, and we tied up with a Dutch seed company and said, can you skill 100 women farmers in modern vegetable farming techniques? They said, yes, we can help you. And we were ready to fund whatever it took. And so then the team started visiting the villages. And first of all, we thought we'll bring a whole group together and then we will talk to them. Not much traction. Then we said, this is not working. Let's do one-on-one. Okay, so we started going to villages. We started going to the headman in the village, asking them to gather some women. In one of the smaller villages, 2 women came up to us and said, see, we know some amount of farming. We don't know what you're talking about. Obviously, you must be talking about something further than this, right? So we said, we are talking about modern vegetable farming techniques. It's like internationally approved techniques and all that. Then said, okay, but we are growing what we are growing. What is in it for us? So we said, you know what? The real USP is we are training you to be trainers. Okay, and that got their attention. 2 women farmers, one was young, one was oldish, one is in her 50s and one could be in her late 20s or something. That caught their imagination. And from there, in the next 1 week, we were able to get 100 women farmers. So they are seeing the value in that I am going to be training somebody else. And this could be a continuous, chain of learning and earning. At that level, they are able to get that now. It is not, I do resonate with you when you said that all these SOPs are making them lazy. I've seen that 100 days guaranteed work kind of situation. I have seen people not, we have a resort in the, near Siddipet area. And I have seen for 100 days, people don't come to work. They are very happy. They are gathered in these tempos and all that. They're brought to some place, maybe a roadside, and they just move some slabs of stone from here to there. Then they're given tea, then they're given lunch. Then again,
they get all the NREG funds are diverted to them.
Manrega funds, and that's it. So for 100 days, nobody is bothered. But when we went and told these women that you can train other women and then this can be a continuous process, they were so, they're very enthusiastic after that. So now, unhindered, that project is going on, and we'll have a first product showcase on October 21st and 22nd, where we are expecting the ambassador for Netherlands to come and visit. And that is a success story that is palpable, that is on the ground, and we are doing it. We will continue to do it. There are so many stories like that. We work with Weaver clusters in Siddipet. So there, the government has given them some amount of training, but the women are not actually working on the GI tagged product, which is the Golabhama sari. They are getting livery, which is plain cloth. So the men folk are only giving them that, and the women are very unhappy. They know they can do better. They know.
Can I suggest one thing, madam? Yeah. If you get us an opportunity to address all your Wikiflow members, me, professor, and maybe some of us will come.
Surely.
With the specific targets where your members can help, handhold, some of the rural entrepreneurs. We'll come with some tangible
Definitely.
ideas and how your members can, it's kind of helping the society.
And this is pan-India. It's not just Hyderabad chapter. So we
yeah.
are 12,000 members pan-India.
Yeah,
And,
if you can get us that
everybody has
opportunity,
deep pockets, yeah.
we would like to come and request and plead, see that, how they can get connected to their counterparts in the rural area, how you can empower them with a little bit of mentoring, enablement and helping.
Definitely. I was just telling sir that we are tied up with Virginia Tech for mentorship. So many of our women entrepreneurs are certified mentors.
Yeah.
And
Now,
we are all willing to give our time.
Yeah. Now I come to Dr. Ravi, who is expert in mentoring, and he has created a company about 15 years back, Ravi? 10 years back, when we were doing I think the Thai president for the mentoring and all that. Then you gave a solution, and he's been a very successful entrepreneur from Silicon Valley. Now I request Dr. Ravi, with your experience, whatever you're doing, what are the suggestions that you can think will be useful for REF to take it to the next level?
Absolutely. So first of all, thank you for having me. I think I'm one of the few people that make this festival international, because I come from Silicon Valley. So really glad to be here. Thank you for inviting me. I think really enjoyed the conversations. This job cannot be done by one person. And, Mr. Raju Garu talked about the 1.2 billion people that we need to include. Because I believe Indians are inherently entrepreneurial. Okay. And in fact, as I was listening to everybody, the entrepreneurial word itself has the five letters rural in it. So we have to extract the entrepreneurial spirit in rural India that has been subdued over the last 400-500 years. In fact, I call entrepreneur as a word that came from Sanskritam as antar prerana. If you say antar prerana 10 times, it becomes entrepreneur. So that prerana exists in every Indian across the country. Having born here and having lived in Silicon Valley for the last 30 plus years, I see that spirit across the country. I've been traveling across. So our role is really to bring it out. So in terms of a framework, I was thinking of two that everybody talked about. I think there should be a movement called Return to Roots. Let's create a Return to Roots movement. And I know of cases where people went back to their roots, which is their villages. And then I have a framework, which I'm calling it SMART, because we are at a startup festival. We want to come out of a very specific, action. So everybody mentioned it, and I'll put it into a framework called SMART. So when you have somebody who is extremely inspired to go, to their roots, S stands for seed capital. You mentioned about Mudra loans. So let's make sure that is available. Everybody sang the song. I used the word mentor. So that makes my life so joyful, because that's what I made as my life's calling. So M stands for mentorship. So let's extend mentorship. Let's actually guide them. And we also talked about access to markets. Not seen any other country have a vision called Viksit Bharat 2047. In fact, I'm visiting India to actually work on that. And on Independence Day this year, we launched a new initiative, which, Bobby, you mentioned, each one of us cannot do it. So we launched something called Amrit Kal Mentors. Indians within India. I see so many retired professionals. I'm an IIT alumni, did my PhD in Michigan. And there are so many Indians that say, what can I do for the country? When Mr. Modi ji was in New York, every Indian got excited. How can those 200 million really empower the remaining 1.2 million people, 1.2 billion people? So Amrit Kal Mentors, I invite you all to sign up. It is essentially what everybody talked about. India has money. And Sri Rajagara said we can also print money. So money is not the shortage. It is the guidance. So Amrit Kal Mentors is an initiative we started. So I would be happy to expand on it, because that prerana exists. We just have to unleash it. And the prerana is inside. So you have to really, as entrepreneurs, I know, the itch is inside, however difficult it is. And India as a nation is entrepreneurial. We went through so many setbacks, occupations, colonialism, but still, look at where we are. number 5 in the world, on track to become number 3. So India itself is inherently entrepreneurial. Indians are entrepreneurial. The word rural exists in entrepreneurial. Let's all come together, and I'll be happy to share more information about some of the projects we are doing. And don't copy the Western model. Western model is about top line growth. Just go top line, somebody will buy it and you get out. We should really teach, as part of our mentorship, think profitability from day one. At least keep that in mind. So really, ensuring that people are able to return to their roots, ensuring we have a smart framework to empower them, and ensuring that they think profitability from day one, so that that inherent prerana is fully unleashed to make India a fully developed country by 2047. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ravi.
One point really came up as a result of the prerana that you talked about, that we have seen Indian Institute of Technology, Indian Institute of Science, Indian Institute of Statistics, but we don't see Indian Institute of Development. That's the need of the hour across the nation. And we copy the Western model, like Ravi just said. The economics, the kind of numbers, the metrics, everything is different in those countries. We have a big population. Our average income levels or the poverty levels are very different. So we need to have our own model, and that model can be driven by an initiative, something like an Indian Institute of Development.
Maybe that goes into the recommendations.
In fact, one comment if I can make, even CSR is a Western concept. Let's create a new one called CRR, Corporate Rural Responsibility. That will change the game, because India is not short of money. So we should learn from the West. That's why in my last week's keynote, I said, modernize, Indianize, but not Westernize. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
First of all, I think you guys should all give yourselves a big applause, because being an entrepreneur is not an easy part of the journey. It takes a lot of resilience, it takes a lot of authenticity to do what you do, to do what we do, rather. And the one message I'll give is the world is changing around us, and I think the biggest learning we can take with all the innovation that's happening, whether it's AI, whether it's in climate tech, whether it's fintech, think about the fact that entrepreneurship is #good for the world. Why is it good for the world? Because it drives the innovations that solve some of our biggest challenges, whether those be around creating employment, capacity building, whether they be around sustainability, building a more sustainable future, or it be around inclusion. We talked about diversity, but there are many forms of inclusion, and I think technology innovation is a great form of driving all three of these core tenets. So big round of applause to the entrepreneurs. You're the stars of today. You're the stars of tomorrow. So stay focused, stay agile, stay nimble, stay at it, stay committed. Thank you.
Good evening, friends. We all see in life for years, sometime crude is the energy for the life. Then it is the power we are telling. Now we are telling technology. But in my opinion, idea is the energy of our times. If you have an idea, you are adding something to the humankind. So generating idea is a basic principle of ISF and its members. I think the young generation, the entrepreneurs, are the need of the society today, because we need to adapt. We need to be agile and adopt the times. Unless the society or any individual don't adopt the times, they will be perishing. So the ideation is the beginning of the startups, and the value of life they are going to contribute to the society will be immense. It is all in your hands. Every entrepreneur should be supported by the society by many means. ISF creates all the platforms, whether it is equity, whether it is debt, whether it is ideation, mentoring. I have been observing sometimes from close corners, sometimes from distance, the way they support the startups is great. Thank you, sir, giving for opportunity. I wish you all the best, the participants and the people who are generating ideas and converting into a business. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Honorable Minister Sridhar Babu Garu, all other dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, captains of the industry, my dear founders of the startups who got selected today based on your demo day, ladies and gentlemen, media, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen. I really want to thank our Honorable Minister. In spite of his busy schedule, he has to leave for the airport to go to Delhi. There's some urgent meeting happening in Delhi. Because of that, Honorable Chief Minister also could not come for the ISF event. But in spite of the busy schedule, our Honorable Minister has agreed to come and grace all the people who are here. And particularly, I requested him to bless the young entrepreneurs. I mentioned to him about ISF unicorns. They are the ones I feel that new unicorns and decacorns may come from that unicorns group. We defined unicorns as 8 years to 18 years. The reason why we selected that group, most of the people who are PhDs and the MTechs from various Ivy League schools and all that, they're very difficult to mold them and mentor them. Whereas what I noticed, the young children from the age group of, in fact, 8 itself is on the higher side, even the lower age group also I have seen, because today's internet, they are actually more knowledgeable for that age. I mean, they know everything about AI, everything about blockchain, and they also coming out with a lot of innovative ideas. So we thought, why not we encourage the unicorns between age group of 8 to 18 years. In fact, I request all the members who have not gone to the exhibition, go and see the enthusiasm and the kind of innovative ideas that these young people, they are demonstrating. I see that they are going to be the future. Neti balale, repati paurulu. Sorry for that confusion, but in any case, that's one area, sir, what we have identified as ISF unicorn. The other important thing, sir, while we have the fintech panel, we have the other roundtables in the healthcare, agriculture, and various other areas of verticals, but we have chosen REF, Rural Economic Forum, on the lines of the World Economic Forum, because rural India, a lot of problems are yet to be addressed. We thought, instead of government giving all the time the support in funding, central government and various state governments still not able to solve many problems in the rural area, if only can government identify what are those problems in the rural area, whether agriculture problems or rural education or rural healthcare, whatever is related to the rural infrastructure, if you are able to curate and give those ideas to the startups, probably it's a great opportunity, because the days have gone where startups used to build some app and some deep tech technology, they used to get funded and they used to become unicorns and all that. In this generative AI era, unless they are solving the real problem, they are not be able to get the funding. And that's the reason why we are focusing on the Rural Economic Forum, because we have to uplift the rural economy. Now everybody wants to come to Hyderabad, go to Bangalore, and that kind of a migration is happening. It's not good for the rural area, at the same time not good for the urban area. We thought, if you're able to identify this problem and curate this problem, give this problem to our startups, they'll be able to provide a sustainable solution, and they will also get the funding. And we are also solving a lot of problems in the rural area, and we are stopping the migration from rural to urban. In fact, I am going to see the reverse migration from urban to rural. Sir, it is already happening. From Bangalore, a lot of IT services companies who are working in various companies, they are actually coming back to the native places. They are already creating the organic products and all that. They are able to sell those products within India, outside India. I see a lot of potential is there, sir. That's the reason why we wanted to have that kind of a round table. We had an excellent discussion this morning at this same venue. Sir, our thought process is, we already submitted one initial proposal to Government of India, and we have requested KPMG to finalize the proposal, which will go to Honorable Prime Minister. Like World Economic Forum happening in Davos, why can't we pick up one place in India like Davos, and all the world leaders should come to see that how they can solve the problems of the rural India or rural country of the respective countries. Sir, the United Nations, they have been talking about all the sustainable development goals, 17 sustainable development goals. Though they have spent a lot of money and time and all that, I have not seen, I don't know if anybody has got any statistics on that, but what our proposal, sir, we will pick up one or two out of the 17 sustainable goals and give it to whatever the identified location, the first pilot of REF in India. If they are able to solve those things, and that could be replicated in the entire country, also in the other countries wherever they want to have that kind of a sustainable development, thereby bridging the rural and urban, sir. Before I leave, sir, I want to really congratulate Government of Telangana for taking very proactive steps, because we are going through this AI era. Everybody says in the AI era, a lot of jobs are going to be eliminated. In this kind of a scenario, I think very innovatively they've thought about creating an AI city where just not the buildings, they're providing all the infrastructure required in the AI city. Particularly for AI, without data, they can't survive. In fact, I've been talking to many companies in USA, sir. They are all telling only China and India, these are the two countries who are going to develop a lot of AI startups, because we have data. China has got huge data. India also has got the data. If only we can curate the data, anonymize the data, remove all the sensitive data, and provide the data lakes to all the startup companies, not only our startup companies, sir, even US startup companies, because they don't have data there. Particularly since Amit Gupta is from Singapore, he is the Thai global president. Amit, I don't know whether you agree with me or not. In Singapore, suppose if you want to develop a startup, where is the data for them in Singapore country? Obviously, India is the country where we have enough data, whether agriculture data or healthcare data, whatever this thing, there's plenty of data is available. So my only request to Honorable Minister for Information Technology, Dr. Sridhar Babu Garu, sir, we need to create a sandbox environment, create this data lakes. In any way, you are providing the NVIDIA's GPU infrastructure, the other infrastructure things. If you are able to create the entire ecosystem, I see many companies, they are all talking about 90-10. 10% will be in Silicon Valley, and 90% of the manpower will be in Hyderabad. And similarly, 10% will be in Europe or Singapore, 90% will be here, because we are providing the true access to the data. So that way, we will be able to solve whatever the job losses in the IT services segment through the same generative AI, through the AI startup, sir. So with this request, I request Honorable Minister, because he wants to leave for the airport, I request him to give his address.
Now, Dr. Ranganathan, President, Institution of Engineers, India.
Good evening to all of you. It's my great honor and privilege to stand before you today at the inauguration of IEA Centenary Convention Center. This marks a significant milestone in the journey of the Institution of Engineers, India, and its own organ, Staff College of India, that is called as ESCI, Engineering Staff College of India. As we open to the doors to this state-of-art facilities designed to host a wide array of events, conferences, and gatherings that will inspire innovation and collaboration. Engineering Staff College of India, established 40 years back here at Hyderabad as an autonomous and organ of the Institute of Engineers, India, which is the largest professional body of engineers in India. SKI is established with mandate of providing quality professional training to engineers, technocrats, scientists, researchers, and techno-management domain. This SKI is a self-sufficient and self-sustained entity without any profit motive and enjoy the patronage and support of state and central government departments, public sector companies, private organizations to training activities by deputing their officials for quality training offered by them at a nominal fee. With its own surplus funds, the infrastructure facilities available, and now it is built in the campus without any external support to the or external grants from any other agency. Today, we are not just unveiling a building, we are opening a new chapter of IISK, one that reflects our commitment to fostering excellence in training, education, research, and professional developments. This convention center stands as a testament to our vision of being at the forefront of changes, serving as a hub where knowledge, ideas, and expertise can come together to shape the future. This magnificent facility has been designated with cutting-edge technology, adaptable space, and keen focus on sustainability, ensuring that it caters to the needs of many. It is equipped to host events of both national and international significance, providing a platform for meaningful dialogues and collaboration across the industries. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all those whose efforts have made in this vision reality, all our officials from the SK, director and officials, project team, architects, engineers, and every individual who contributed to these achievements. Your dedication and hard work are what made these days possible. And I am very happy and thankful to all my colleagues in the council who has given a wonderful support for all these activities. As we officially inaugurate this IAS Engineering Convention Center, I look forward to incredible events, initiatives, and collaboration that will take place. I have no doubt that this venue will become a beacon for innovations, learning, and progressing, serving not only our institution, but also wider community, both locally and globally. Dear distinguished guests and attendees, thank you for being part of this special day. Your presence here signifies your support and belief in the mission and vision of IEI. We are thrilled to share this moment with you and hope that this center will inspire new ideas, partnerships, and opportunities for growth. With this, I am very much thankful to our Minister, Honorable Minister, who is magnanimous coming and inaugurating our building. Of course, Honorable Chief Minister, because of his busy schedule, he has given a consent and he has sent a communication to our institution, which we have given to our Honorable Minister, and Minister is inaugurated. Sir, I am very happy and thankful, sir. Your presence we cannot forget. Thank you all, sir. Thank you all.
Let me request Dr. Sridhar Babuji to please come up on the stage and give a keynote address.
అందరికీ నమస్కారం. ఈరోజు ఇంజనీరింగ్ స్టాఫ్ కాలేజ్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియా కొత్త భవనానికి ఈ కొత్త కన్వెన్షన్ హాల్కి ప్రారంభోత్సవం చేస్తున్న సందర్భంలో ప్రధానంగా డాక్టర్ రంగనాథ్ గారు ప్రెసిడెంట్ గారికి, శ్యామ్ ప్రసాద్ గారికి, డాక్టర్ రామేశ్వరరావు గారికి, రాజు గారికి, అదేవిధంగా ఈరోజు ఈ కార్యక్రమంలో దాంతోపాటు ఈరోజు స్టార్టప్ ఫెస్టివల్, ఇంటర్నేషనల్ స్టార్టప్ ఫెస్టివల్కు సంబంధించి మరి ఒక ప్యాషన్తో, ఒక ఆలోచనతో, ఒక విధానంతో మొదలు పెడతా ఉన్న మరి దిగ్గజం, కంప్యూటర్లోనే సాఫ్ట్వేర్లో దిగ్గజంగా మన ఉమ్మడి రాష్ట్రాలకు సంబంధించి ఆనాడు కంప్యూటర్ యుగం సాఫ్ట్వేర్కు సంబంధించిన అంశంలో మొదలుకొని ఆదుడిగా నిలబడ్డ జే.హెచ్. చౌదరి గారికి, అదేవిధంగా మరో ఇద్దరు ఈరోజు మనం అందరం కూడా చూస్తూ ఉన్నాం. మరి ప్రధానంగా శ్రీనిరాజు గారు, మోహన్ రెడ్డి గారు, అదేవిధంగా ఈ కార్యక్రమంలో భాగస్వాములు అవుతా ఉన్న గుప్తా గారికి, వేదిక అటువైపు ఉన్న అనేక మంది పెద్దలు ఉన్నారు ఇక్కడ. from different walks of life, very famous and noted figures over here, either from entertainment. మరి సురేష్ బాబు లాంటి వ్యక్తులు కనబడతా ఉన్నారు. సో ఈజ్ ఇంట్రెస్టెడ్ ఇన్ టెక్నాలజీ అండ్ ఆల్సో ఇన్ టర్మ్స్ ఆఫ్ ఇంజనీరింగ్ స్కిల్స్. మరి మా ఐసియాకు సంబంధించిన మరి ప్రధానంగా ఇక్కడ ఐసిఆర్ టీంకి సంబంధించిన పెద్దలు, వివిధ స్థాయిలో ఉన్న ఇంజనీరింగ్ అధికారులు, ఈరోజు పలు దేశాల నుంచి ఇంటర్నేషనల్ స్టార్టప్ ఈవెంట్కి వచ్చేసిన అనేక మంది సిఇఓస్కి, అదేవిధంగా సిఎక్స్ఓస్కి, దీంట్లో భాగస్వాములు అవుతా ఉన్న యంగ్ అండ్ ఎనర్జెటిక్ ఆంటర్ప్రినర్స్. ఇప్పుడే మేము ప్రారంభోత్సవం చేసుకున్నాం. జూనికాన్స్ అని ఒక కొత్త నామకరణంతో యూనికాన్, అదేవిధంగా సూనికాన్ కంటే ముందు జూనికాన్ కావాలని జూనియర్స్ని అందరినీ కూడా మరి ఎంకరేజ్ చేసే ఒక ప్రయత్నంలో జేఓ చౌదరి గారు చేపడతా ఉన్న ఈ యొక్క మంచి ఆలోచనకు హృదయపూర్వకంగా అభినందనలు తెలియజేస్తూ, అదేవిధంగా ఇక్కడికి వచ్చేసిన పాత్రికేయ మిత్రులందరికీ కూడా స్వాగతం హైదరాబాద్కి అని తెలియజేస్తూ, మేము ఈరోజు ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు మరి ఈ ప్రోగ్రాంకి వచ్చేది మా రామేశ్వరరావు గారు ఇంజనీరింగ్ స్టాఫ్ కాలేజ్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియాకు సంబంధించిన అనేక మంది పెద్దలు ఉన్నారు. మా నాయక్, మా సోదరులందరూ కూడా వచ్చి ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారిని మమ్మల్ని పిలవటం జరిగింది. తప్పకుండా ఈ కార్యక్రమానికి వెళ్ళాలి. ఇక్కడ దాదాపు 30 కోట్ల రూపాయలతో, అంతేనండి, 35 కోట్ల రూపాయలతో ఈ ఇంజనీరింగ్ స్టాఫ్ కాలేజ్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియాని ఆధునీకరణ చేయటం, ఇంత గొప్ప ఫెసిలిటీని క్రియేట్ చేయటం, దానికి సంబంధించి ఇంకొద్ది హాల్స్ నిర్మాణం చేయటం అనేది ఓ గొప్ప కార్యక్రమం చేశారు గవర్నమెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియా వారి సహకారంతో. నేను ఇంజనీరింగ్ స్టాఫ్ కాలేజ్ సంబంధించిన మిత్రులను కూడా కోరుతా ఉన్నాను, క్వాలిటీ ఇవ్వాలి, క్వాలిటేటివ్ ఇంజనీర్స్కి ఈ దేశవ్యాప్తంగా అందించాలనే ఒక ప్రధానమైన ఉద్దేశంతో ట్రైనింగ్ ఇవ్వాలి, ట్రైనింగ్లోనే ప్రధానమైన కార్యక్రమాన్ని నిర్వహించాలని ఇక్కడ ఒక కాలేజీని ఏర్పాటు చేసుకొని దాదాపు 4 దశాబ్దాల క్రితం ఇక్కడ ఈ ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ని ఎస్టాబ్లిష్ చేసి దీర్ఘకాలికంగా వేలాది మంది ఇంజనీర్స్కి దేశవ్యాప్తంగా ఉపయోగపడే ఒక కార్యాచరణ తీసుకున్నారు ఆనాటి పెద్దలు. దీన్ని ఇంకా ముందుకు నడిపే ప్రయత్నంలో ఈరోజు ఇంత మంచి కార్యక్రమం 35 కోట్ల రూపాయలతో ఈనాడు ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారి చేతుల మీదుగా ప్రారంభోత్సవం చేసుకోవాల్సిన ఈ కార్యక్రమం మరి చాలా ముఖ్యమైన పనిలో ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు రాలేకపోయిన తరుణంలో వారు మీ అందరికీ కూడా అభినందనలు తెలియజేశారు. ప్రత్యేకంగా ఇంజనీరింగ్ స్టాఫ్ కాలేజ్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియా వారికి, వారి మిత్రులందరికీ కూడా వారి ప్రభుత్వ పరంగా వారి పక్షాన మరి అభినందనలు తెలియజేశారు. రాబోయే కాలంలో కూడా అంటే రామేశ్వరరావు గారికి తెలుసు, అదేవిధంగా మా శ్రీనిరాజు గారు ఈరోజు స్కిల్ యూనివర్సిటీకి వైస్ చైర్, మా మోహన్ రెడ్డి గారికి మేము చేసే ప్రయత్నంలో వారు భాగస్వాములు అవుతూ ఉన్నారు. ప్రధానంగా ఇక్కడే స్కిల్ యూనివర్సిటీని మొట్టమొదటగా ఇక్కడే ఆలోచన చేశాం. ఈ స్కిల్ యూనివర్సిటీ అనే కార్యక్రమం దేశవ్యాప్తంలోనే మొదటిసారి ప్రభుత్వ రంగం పరంగా ప్రభుత్వం ఒక స్కిల్ యూనివర్సిటీని, విశ్వవిద్యాలయాన్ని ఏర్పాటు చేసి ఇక్కడి నుంచే మొదలు పెట్టాలని ఆలోచన ప్రక్రియని మొదలుపెట్టిన తరుణంలో ఇప్పుడే ప్రెసిడెంట్ గారు చెప్తా ఉన్నారు, డాక్టర్ రంగనాథ్ గారు, రామేశ్వరరావు గారు చెప్తా ఉన్నారు, వారి గవర్నింగ్ బోర్డు కూడా ఆమోదం తెలియజేయడం జరిగిందని వారికి హృదయపూర్వకంగా మా ప్రభుత్వం తరఫున కృతజ్ఞతలు తెలియజేస్తా ఉన్నాను. ఫ్రమ్ హియర్ ఐ వుడ్ లైక్ టు మెన్షన్ అబౌట్ few issues regarding the International Startup Festival. I met J.O. Chaudhary Garu for the first time. The passion and the interest he has shown at this age, it's a comeback in his life. He has fought the cancer in the early stage, and with all his rigor, with all his strength, and with a passion to the software and the technology, he has come back and he wants to give back his rest of his life for encouraging the software, encouraging the technology, and to make the young blood move into technology. So hats off to their patience. That's what I was just telling sir over here. You know, when somebody was referring that you are giving a long speech, then I told he has a passion for this. When, you know, when there is a passion, you forget everything in and around. So that's what I really, you know, take lessons from J. Chaudhary Garu. Because when we made a visit to US, he was instrumental in bringing few companies on the platform. He was instrumental in bringing few companies not only onto the platform, but also sees that the companies come, put their shops over here in Hyderabad. At the same time, with the same vigor, he has shown interest in other part of the state, erstwhile state. So this shows the magnanimity of a technology leader. Here again, he is doing an international startup festival, and in a month's time or 2 months' time, I think he is doing a bus yatra also regarding this. So he has certain visionary item before him, where we would try to really take the advantage from. I'm here on a selfish motive. Absolutely. I'm a minister for IT and industries over here. Many startups, not only concerning about technology, but many startups who are among the agriculture industries are also here. Many startups from different mechanical fields are also over here. How do we leverage? How do we really engulf all of them and partner with, a state can partner with them and foster their growth and see that they become the global players for tomorrow's world. This is where our government would like to strengthen them at this point of juncture and see that they get the global access for their production, for their produce, for their innovation. And I believe this startup, the meeting of all the startups over here, which will make access to each and every startups in terms of creating supply chain mechanism over here, plays a very important and major role over here. Many people may be getting into innovations. Many people with lots of vision may make and come up with startups. They produce, their productions will be there, but ultimately the market, if they don't find the market, there will be no use. And we see most of the startups mechanism, if they don't find a market, if the product is niche, and ultimately if they don't find the market, they become redundant over a period of time, and the product never will be going to the market. So these sort of events I see definitely will fetch most of the startups to see a level playing field for them to exhibit, for them to connect, for them to relate, for them to have the access to the global demand. So I congratulate you, sir, and your all team. I know many of your team workers does many things pro bono. That's also major thing. So until unless, because I am a selfish guy, you know, who always tends to see in terms of, you know, state has to get something. But here you are not seeing anything. Pro bono, you are planning to work something back to the people. So here I would like to, you know, really congratulate all of their team, all of the people, all of their team who have been working in different countries. I was told that 15 member countries who are in this startup festival have come here. And many startup companies are here. Many CEOs of, you know, successful companies who are sitting on the first and two lines of, I can literally see them. And many startup companies and many innovation-led entrepreneurs are sitting over here. So I wish to see them all. You know, we always see, I keep from past 8 months, I've been saying to Srini Rajagaru, I've been saying to my ICA team who have been working from behind, from forward, and Mohan Reddy Garu. Over a period of time, you know, we couldn't able to really produce unicorns over here in this part of India. But if I see our sister states comparatively, when a state can produce about 40 or 50 unicorns, which can propel the state economy to the next level. So that's where we see some sort of a gap. So how we can really propel this? You know, our Chief Minister, Mr. Revanth Reddy, and our government is trying to see that our economy moves to 1 trillion economy in a decade's time. It's not so easy. When, all the elders were just telling, it's not so easy. Definitely we know it's not so easy. It's a dream where we would like to set our footsteps into that path. So right now, with the elders sitting over here who are into that technological consortium, who have been leading our technology industry, with their collaboration, recently we have conducted a international artificial intelligence, very big, huge meeting over here where we attracted many talented, many big corporates, many big wigs of AI who have been into AI. They have come and expressed their thoughts. They shared their thoughts, and we shared our vision and how well we can fuse their thoughts, their expertise into our dreams and make one huge global AI city which we are planning to build in the city of Hyderabad, that is Telangana. So we are going to build this global city of AI over here. In the process, we have held a global AI convention. The basic objective of global AI convention over the year is to sensitize our people, our governance, our all verticals of our industry, and see that we take a lead. Here where I would like to take, in terms of our software experts, in terms of our software products, we shouldn't remain, back offices, capital of many big corporates who lie in other parts of the world. We have to be the center who would be hosting many product companies for the next level technologies in terms of disrupting technologies too, where we will have the capital over here and the new technologies like AI, tomorrow the cyber security or data analytics, or what we mentioned, every disrupting technology, the center of excellence should be based here. So we are here. We have lots of centers which would like to give impetus to innovation, which would like to give impetus to startups. And our government here would like to state that we will give all the facilities. We will cooperate with the environment. And whatever has been told by Mr. J. Chaudhary Garu regarding create some environment in the AI city. The propelling environment we are going to create, and we would like to take the assistance of all the elders who are sitting in the days, who are sitting off the days too, and we shall see that we take a leap in terms of technology, bypassing and surpassing all our states in this state of India. And also in the globe, we shall become the capital for tomorrow's disrupting technologies. And we will be the capital for tomorrow's all, product companies, and shall host all the research and development, especially in AI. This is our vision. And we appeal to all the people over here, the young guys who are sitting over here, who have the best of the gray matter, who would like to produce the best of the products, best of their niche products, shall be the part of our Telangana's economy. So with this, I would like to conclude, and I congratulate once again the Institute of Engineers, all the elders who are sitting over here, who are inaugurating and giving the beautiful facility to the people of the Telangana, as well as to all the engineers of all over India. I congratulate once again, J. Chaudhary Garu for taking up this very big event and many more events to come in Hyderabad. And with this, I congratulate everybody here and welcome all elders who are sitting over here, who have come from different parts of the globe and different parts of India, to come and would like to partner with the state of Telangana. We are there for you. We are here for you. Thank you.
Ladies, gents, young entrepreneurs, a very good evening to all of you. And I think Chaudhary Garu, they're all tired with all our bhashan. They want to go now. Anyway, I just want, been very happy to be here. And initially when Jay asked us, we're doing this, come here, then I said, there's so many things happening, T-Hub doing something, IIT doing something, ISB doing something, IIIT doing something. This is another one kind of thing. But I'm very pleasantly surprised when I went to there's this 12-year-old children trying to sell me something. That's a wonderful experience. And they were explaining to me why I should buy that product. And then I was actually telling them, I think these kids look much better than these engineers that we have in the engineering colleges. Most of them just go, they don't know why they are there. But these children, there's one of them is saying that, I already sold 6,000 rupees worth of goods, and now I need to make it 10,000 today before I go home. And that's the kind of spirit. Then I was coming out of that place, and I see that gentleman here in that wheelchair. I don't know how many of them have actually met him. He's an incredible, you don't find many people who can explain like him. He's CEO, CTO, Chief Marketing Officer, sales, everything. He can convince you to buy his product. And he just been there. And every time, whenever we feel a little bit low, whatever the reason, I think we should look at him and get the inspiration. And that's something, Jay, that today's my experience of coming here is been that I met lots of people, like you do this grassroots all stuff all the time, but it's something to see. It's okay, fine, you see the guys, IITs, MITs kind of people. But the people coming from the smallest of the places in this country, is more so here in the state and the neighboring state. But the spirit that which they really want to do something, I was really impressed. And not only that, there are many of them trying to sell something. I bought few of them, but there are two of them really impressed me. So I just asked them, can you please sell your display things that you have? There's one Araku coffee plus things. There's another gentleman trying to do this, the kind of maker's lab kind of stuff. Both of them set them up in a three-wheeler vehicle. And that's a kind of spirit. But unfortunately, these things don't come into these unicorns and all the yellow newspapers that we have. For them, it's not very exciting, not big money. But the true spirit of this International Startup Foundation's work that is being reflected here. And, I really wish this thing will continue very well in future. This is going to be inspirational to a lot of people that are coming up. Once again, I thank you for giving the opportunity to visit this place and experience all the entrepreneurs here. Thank you.
I would next like to invite Raj P. Narayanan, founder and executive chairman Zaggle, to please come up on the stage and speak a few words.
India needs job creation, and job creation can only come by creating more entrepreneurs. So this entire initiative, Sangharsh, which has been started by, Jay Chaudhary Garu, I am really, really thankful to him, to make me a part of this Sangharsh. And this is something, which India needs. It has been started by him here, and I am very sure as it goes, it will cross the Ganges and go into other states, and from there, into other countries, crossing the oceans. So this is, a great initiative, and I am very, very thankful, to him for giving me the opportunity. Thank you so much for all the dignitaries on the dais. They are all big, business leaders, continue to inspire us and, to do better. Thank you so much.
Now I would like to request Dr. B.V.R. Mohan Reddy, Founders Chairman Sign, to please come up and speak a few words for all of us.
A very good evening to all of you. I certainly am not going to take too much of your time this evening. I'm sure you heard many people. Truly, the hall also is a reflection of how tired people are. I am primarily here to congratulate Mr. J. Chaudhary for his initiative of doing this International Startup Festival. Celebrations of this kind are very critical for furthering the startup ecosystem in our state, in our country. I keep saying that, even small events, you should recognize them, reward them, and celebrate them. And the fact that we got all of them together under one roof today certainly goes, the credit goes to Mr. J. Chowdhury. Congratulations, Chowdhury Garu. Certainly, I think it's important that we think about rural India too, compared to the urban India at this point of time. I keep speaking about number of jobs that require to be created in the country at this point of time. I'm sure there's enough people have read about. You need 1 million jobs every month, approximately 10 million jobs every year. Given the demographic dividend that we have for next 10 years, it is 100 million jobs that you require. And these 100 million jobs, if you go back into research, you'll find that 60% of these new jobs, net new jobs that get created in any part of the world, whether it's advanced countries or evolving countries at this juncture, are all done by startups, small and medium enterprises. So if you now go back and do the math, I won't do that for you right now, but you will require 50,000 startups every year in this country, increasing further as we go into the future. That cannot happen just with one city, one town. It has to be a movement that is going to be there all around this nation. And I think the environment could not be any better than what it is today for people to do the startup. I think there's a progressive government. We heard Mr. Sridhar Babu Garu talking all about the initiatives that they did. I certainly admire him. For the last just about 4 months, they've done the AI conference, they had the Skill University, they had a second skill initiative yesterday. They've also announced the MSME policy. He said he was going to do a 5th one, which is the quality movement very soon. So is the case with the government of India. The Viksit Bharat, some people might laugh at me, but the fact of life is we are very ambitious, trying to target, saying that we will become a $30 trillion developed economy by 2047 is a good ambition to have. Will reach the ambition or not is, I'm not too sure I'll be around there by that time. But more importantly, it is the fact that you're rejuvenating the environment is what is very important. So the environment is very positive at this point in time, the state as well as the center. But the most important aspect is this technology at this point of time is transforming our lives. I've been in this industry for the last 50 years. I'm celebrating my 50 years with this industry. My first rendezvous with computers started in 1974. Many of you wouldn't have been born by that time. I was a student at IIT Kanpur. And I kept seeing the first time that we saw that, I built my career around computers. I saw the second inflection point in 1990s. Jim Clark was a good friend of mine. He was the guy who was the founder of Netscape. He was then running Silicon Graphics as CTO. He told me all about internet, World Wide Web, search engines. That's what he was working on. I built my entrepreneurship on this particular fact, that is the second inflection point. What I believe is this is a time when the third inflection point is happening. It can't be, even 20 years back, people talked about AI coming in, AI becoming reality. But it took a long time because it was not just writing algorithms is what is important. It's important that we had that complete infrastructure to make sure that we had computing, we had communication, we had data gathering, data storing, and then finally write the algorithms. So the timing couldn't have been any better than today. And what am I doing at this point of time? The third inflection point in my life is to give back. I came back from an event in IIT Hyderabad this morning. Somebody said there are lots of events happening. That's very important for all the events to happen, because if you truly believe that this 50,000 startups have to happen, many more events have to happen, many more deep technology events have to happen. We just did this event this morning, where we do have, what are we trying to do, is trying to create an ecosystem for entrepreneurship. We're training people in entrepreneurship, create that awareness, to say, what are the qualities that you have in you? So therefore, the sum total is the timing could not have been any better than what it is today. I wish all the next generation entrepreneurs all the very best. Again, congratulations, Chowdhury Garu, for doing this event. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Next, I would like to call the only women panel on this dais right now, Sangeeta Reddy, Joint Managing Director, Apollo Hospitals, to please share a few words for International Startup Festival.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and extremely distinguished entrepreneurs on the dais and in the audience. It's a pleasure. I will follow the theme of brevity. So I'll begin by saying that I completely echo everything that Srini and Mohan Garu said. Chaudhary Garu, the startup environment, the job creation, the amazing time it is to be in India. And so it's completely, such a given. Just to highlight that, I was late today because my flight from Bombay was delayed. This is the second time in the last 3 weeks I'm being called upon to speak to the CEO of multinational companies, because they are coming into India saying, please help us understand and decipher. Your population number is amazing. The dynamic of your people is something which is incredible. How do we play? How do we support? How do we sustain? And of course, how do we make money? They all want the same thing. But so I met with this company that is in the food business but wants to get into more into the medical business. I met another company that's in the dental and FMCG space that wants to get more into the medical business. So I think I'm going to spend a minute just saying that I think every startup starts with the thing of what big problem can I solve? And healthcare has lots of big problems to solve. So I invite you all to please focus your attention, your energy, your knowledge, your capability, your innovation, your passion on the healthcare sector. We have over 3 billion people in the world who do not get adequate access to care. We have technology solutions which are capable of delivering that care, but whether it's due to cost or acceptance or ease of use, whatever it is, some of the most amazing software is built in some countries, but when you look at their healthcare software, it's not very great. And there is so much that can be done, and I'm looking at the space with the Internet of Medical Things, edge computing, AI, and I just think there is so much that can be done. So let me congratulate all of you for focusing on not just job creation or personal wealth, but in making a difference to the world. And as you do that, as you go about touching lives and improving the world, I just want to commit that if you're looking at the healthcare space, Apollo hospitals, we not only employ but and have over 10,000 beds and have grown. But one point I want to tell you about the entrepreneur who began it. He started his journey when he was 50 years old. So you don't have to be very young to start an entrepreneurial journey. You can be an entrepreneur at any stage in your life. But the time is now, and the purpose and solving a problem and making a difference is really the most important, and not compromising on the solution and the technology you use because you need to build solutions that last. Let me wish you all the very best. Congratulate Dr. Chaudhary and all the amazing people who are in this audience. Thank you and namaste.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Now it is our honor to invite Dr. Jay Chaudhary Garu, founder, chairman of the International Startup Foundation, to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning to all of you. At the outset, I would like to thank our distinguished guests, Sri Jayesh Ranjan Garu, Special Chief Secretary, Government of Telangana. We also want to thank Mr. Srinath Reddy, Chairman and Managing Director of Ram Informatics. Our special thanks to Rajeshwar Rao Garu, who is the Director of Engineering Staff College of India. Without his help, I don't think ISF would have conducted this very conference. Thank you, Rajendra. I mean, I know that for the last 1 week, you have been almost living in the campus, trying to see that all the infrastructure facilities are up and running. Thank you so much for all your dedicated support and encouragement for making this conference to happen this day. I also would like to welcome all our distinguished invitees who have come from different continents. People have come from United States, from Canada, from Singapore, from London, Germany, Netherlands, and so many other countries. I met them yesterday also. Today also I met a lot of them. Normally, for big conferences like this, whenever we invite people, the conference are supposed to take care of their travel, accommodation, make sure that they come here and attend the conference. Since our India's International Startup Foundation itself is a startup company, we started about 2 years back without any money, without any legal structure. Sir, I was just mentioning about the story of ISF. So we started as a startup company about 2 years back. As I mentioned, like any other startup company, when they got an idea, they don't have any money, they don't have a team, they don't know how to really go about. So we were almost like that 2 years back. Somebody said it's a high time for India to encourage the early stage startups. The reason why we started ISF, what we noticed is more than 80% of the early stage startup companies in India, they are actually getting into the so-called startup death valley. Jayesh Ranjan Garu, you may be aware because you are responsible for setting up the T-Hub, T-Works and V-Hub, and you may be knowing the statistics. I don't know, these statistics may be different in Hyderabad, but in general, even Silicon Valley, only 1 out of 10 startup companies are succeeding, even in Silicon Valley. So we thought, why can't we flip that model? Why can't we make 9 out of the 10 companies that we are supporting should be successful? That was the objective of International Startup Foundation when we started 2 years back. We were not knowing how to do it. What is the recipe to flip that equation? We thought, let us try because there is a need. I have seen myself, many startups, even from Ivy League, from IIT Madras, IIIT Hyderabad, they actually really struggle in the early stages of their startup journey, not having the funding in time, not having the teams in place, not having the customers who are going to support them for the revenue and all that. So many startups, they struggle. Only few startups are able to overcome these hurdles and come to the next stage. So a similar kind of issues were there for the International Startup Foundation. Though we started with a noble objective helping the early stage startups. So initially we had a conference in Bangalore, Muddanahalli. There not even hotels were present in Muddanahalli. There is a small village near Bangalore airport. And when I invited all our guests to come for the first conference, we had no email connection also. I had to send WhatsApp messages to all of them. And we had only 40 days time to invite all of them for the conference in Muddanahalli for the first ISF conference. Initially it was India Startup Foundation. We never thought that we will go global. But in the second conference, which happened again in Muddanahalli, lot of startup companies whom we selected around 15 startup companies out of I think 3,000 startup companies who competed for the pitch competition during the first conference. Out of these 15 companies, normally what happens when the conference is over, we remove all the WhatsApp groups and we again meet them only the next year conference. What I told them, let us not leave any WhatsApp groups. We had a lot of speakers from different parts of the globe. So we'll continue the WhatsApp group and we will have every Saturday, one of the selected 15 companies, we'll give them an opportunity. Normally what happens today, for example here, today is the pitch competition is going on. There are nearly 150 startup founders, 150 companies. They're all pitching. We are going to select some of the 10 startup companies out of this 150. And most of the juries and CXOs, they're all sitting in the other buildings in the same campus. That's the reason why you don't see most of them sitting in the auditorium here. And our selection process is out of 50,000 startup companies who registered, out of that we selected 150. That 150, they're all here in the campus. Out of this 150, we may select maybe 10 or 15. The same thing we did during the first conference. And normally we used to give about 10 to 15 minutes time for each startup company to explain about the product and what they're going to do. We thought that that's not enough time for them to really explain what are the problems that they're facing. That's the reason why we thought every Saturday, 8:30 to 9:30 p.m., and we requested all the global leaders, global mentors, global investors from different continents to be present in those calls. And we have more than 600 global mentors, more than 200 ISF angels who normally participate in this weekly Saturday conference calls. So normally our selection process is out of these 15 companies whom we selected during the first ISF conference, each one of them was given an opportunity to present on those Saturdays. And today, to our surprise, 99% of those companies are doing well. They got funded, they got market access, they are getting the mentorship. So we thought that yes, this model is working. So the same model we want to continue doing the second conference also. The second ISF conference happened again in Mudanhalli. There what happened, in the first day itself, about 150 term sheets we were able to close for the early stage startups. And most of the angel investors, they were all from the real estate industry from Hyderabad, or pharma industry, or biotechnology industry, who normally never used to invest in the tech startups and early stage startups. I requested them, instead of you going and putting money in some temples in the hundi, the same money with a little bit more money, why don't you give it to the startups, because they are struggling for money in the early stage. So you think that you are getting more punyam by going to Tirumala and praying Lord Venkateshwara and putting the money in hundi. If you do the same thing, helping a early stage startup, not only he is giving opportunities to many employees who is going to be employed by him. If that startup becomes a successful startup, he is going to create wealth also for the nation and also for the investors. So whereas if you go and put money in any hundi, you think that you get some good karma points. I don't know whether they are getting those karma points, but here definitely you'll get much better karma points because you are creating employment for many people. All their families you are going to help. And in addition to that, you are not giving a charity. That money is going to come back to you in multiples. Minimum what we have seen is 4 to 5 multiples of that money, whatever they have invested in those early stage startups, they got the money back. So that's what we started requesting all the angels within the country, outside the country. Now we have got a very active ISF angel network. We have got more than 250 crore commitment. Out of the 250 crores, we already invested, deployed 50 crores in 40 companies of startups who are all doing very well. And in this conference also, whomever we are going to select, obviously we are going to have one more session with them on every Saturday. And based on that, if our investors they like that company and like the founders and what they're doing, obviously this money will go into, not only the money is only 10% of the game in the startup journey. More than the money, mentoring. Most of the startups, they don't know, they think that their product is going to do very well in the local market or international market. But many of them, without knowing how the competition is going to be there, what are the other strategies that he has to take care, without that they just get into it, they take the money from the friends and families, get into the business. Most of them, they die in the so-called startup death valley. So that's where the concept of mentoring is required. All the startups requires hand-holding and mentoring so that we can guide them. No, this is not the way. this may not work for you. Maybe you have to add this element or this component. Then only you will be successful. That's one. The other important thing is the market connects. Most of the startups, they don't have ability to connect to the markets. We will make sure that the startups selected by us are going to be connected to our ecosystem, and most of them are getting those connections, and because of that they are able to not only survive and succeed. The same model we are going to continue here. So we thought that what we noticed is the network connections is very, very important. Like I keep telling, in Sankranti festival, Pongal festival, people keep the dots initially. Then they start connecting the dots. Then afterwards they see a nice figure coming out. ISF also, if you see our tagline, connect, collaborate and celebrate. The first thing what we do, whoever comes to ISF, we connect them either to a mentor or to the investor or to a global CXO or somebody who can get them the business. I think that strategy is working so far. And also we are following 3M strategy. First aim is the mentoring. Second aim is the money. Third aim is the marketing. So this 3M strategy is also working so far. So in addition to that, what I thought, why don't we bring and all that. I was discussing with one of my friends, Manohar Reddy, who is the founder chairman for FUSI. He said, yes, Jay, I've been conducting these CIO conferences in Costa Rica and United States. Next year, we are going to bring that to Hyderabad. So next November, most probably, we'll bring the global CIOs to Hyderabad. And we are planning about 100 global CIOs. In addition to Mr. Manohar Reddy's company, we are also getting the support from Stanford alumni. There is a Stanford alumni where there is a CIO group, and they are also promising me that they are going to bring the top CIOs from various parts of the globe. You know that the alumni of Stanford, they are already in very big positions. So they are all trying to get the decision makers to Hyderabad next year. So that's going to be our ISF event, and we will be selecting about 100 startups, founders, to attend that conference in Hyderabad, because they want to have a more bonding and networking during the conference. So that is the kind of format that we are looking at happening in Hyderabad next year in the month of November. In addition to that, we want to take our startups to Spain. In Spain also we are going to have global CIO conclave. There also we are going to invite all the decision makers to come to Spain, and also we'll take all the selected startups whom we have already selected through our ISF conferences. We'll get them the exposure to meet those decision makers. So we are trying to do our best. So our only objective is how our startups from India, particularly early stage startups, how they can survive, succeed and becomes a unicorn. So that is our strategy. So far, we are very, very thankful to our global mentors, global ISF angels, all the ecosystem players for supporting this noble initiative. Because of your support, we are able to do all these things. So with this, I want to once again thank our distinguished guests who have come, in particular our Honorable Member of Parliament, so he's just now come. So I request all the dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and also the media for making this conference a grand success. Thank you so much.
Next, I would like to invite Dr. Rameshwar Rao Garu, Director of the Engineering Staff College of India, to share his thoughts with us.
Good morning to all of you. It is my immense pleasure to be as a guest of honor of this event, and this International Startup Foundation, a global non-profitable organization, is hosting a prestigious 3-day festival at our newly constructed Century Convention Center. In fact, is going to be inaugurated by our Honorable Chief Minister. We are expecting any time. We are very ready. As a director of this Engineering Staff College of India, it is my privilege to extend a warm welcome to all for the entrepreneurs and industry leaders and innovators and esteemed delegates who have traveled around the world to be here with us today. The theme, all of you know, already our Chaudhary sir has explained very well. This festival is the innovation entrepreneurship in the present AI era. In my opinion, innovation is the introduction of the new ideas and products or methods and improve the efficiency and solve the problem and create value in various industries. So innovation is driving growth by generating employability across the multi-sectors, including especially technology, and making and also playing a vital role in the economic development of the states and nationals. So, moreover, innovation helps address the global challenges and fostering creation of the more resilient and sustainable societies. It is influenced to extend across the industries and the regions, making it a crucial driver for progress of today's interconnected world. So, in the era of AI era, the synergy between the innovation and entrepreneurship is the instrumental to propelling the economic growth and also society advancement. The entrepreneurship or the leveraging artificial intelligence to develop the groundbreaking solutions that address the complex challenges across the sectors such as healthcare, agriculture, finance, transportation, and education, touching every aspect of the human life. So this dynamic economic ecosystem promotes the creativity and competition and rapid scalability, allowing the startups to adopt the changing market demands while enhancing the operational efficiency. I am confident that these discussions and exchanging during this International Startup Festival will be explore the possibilities and challenges ahead and ultimately lead to solutions that shape our future of our industries and also society. I wish the grand success of this event. Thank you very much.
First of all, I would like to convey my congratulations to the organizers of the International Startup Festival for bringing this event here to Hyderabad. As Dr. J. Chaudhary Garu mentioned, the earlier editions that took place in Muddanhalli were very successful. Large number of early stage startups received support, mentors interacted with them, angel investors were in a position to provide term sheets to them. And I'm very confident that the same will be the outcomes here in this Hyderabad edition also. I completely concur with what J. Chaudhary Garu mentioned, that in olden days, we used to speak about this valley of death, how large number of startups would start, but very few would eventually succeed, and a large number of them will drop out or will be forced to change their line of activity, which of course is not to be seen as a failure if your initial attempt has not worked, but if you are agile enough to pivot and get into something which is much more viable. That also is a way of life for startup enterprises. But there used to be quite a few where they would completely give up on entrepreneurial journey and get back into a regular 9-to-5 job, etc. But we have also discovered through experience over a period of time that there is lots of science and art behind supporting startups. And if we are able to do that well, the chances of startups succeeding are far more than them not succeeding. In the institutions that we have promoted, normally the typical narrative, whether it is Silicon Valley or Bangalore or anywhere else, which are considered to be important startup hubs in the world today, the popular narrative is that government has very limited role in this work. It should be left to the market forces, the the enthusiasm of the private sector, the network which come up organically by themselves. And the government at the best can play a role of a facilitator. But 10 years ago, when Telangana became a new state, we decided to challenge this narrative. And we felt that instead of being a facilitator or an enabler, that the government drive that ecosystem. And I still remember 10 years ago, Hyderabad was not considered to be a very vibrant or a very dynamic startup destination. There were hardly 2 or 3 innovation spaces. There were just about 50, 60 startups. But we have come a long way since then. There are 70 plus innovation spaces. The number of startups has gone up to more than 6,500, and more than the numbers, it is the quality of startup output that gives us the maximum satisfaction. And by quality of output, I don't only allude to their valuations and the amount of money they have been able to raise, but the kind of products and solutions that they have been able to bring. And we ourselves in the government use their products and solutions in at least there are 50, 60 startups who have contributed to their solution for some activity of the government, which is of relevance to us. So I do hope that the Startup Festival, the ISF, will become a very important mainstream event on the national calendar, global calendar, and more than to others, it is the aspiring startups, early stage entrepreneurs, even students who are in a dilemma whether to pursue their own entrepreneurial journey or whether to take up a job, and they are not able to make up their minds. At least this will become a very good platform to understand what kind of successes happen, what are some of the success stories, how ordinary people like them have really cracked this this kind of the art and science of becoming a successful startup. They will get inspiration, and hopefully all of us who are on this side of the fence, who are already well established in our own professions, etc., we will see this as our duty to give back to the ecosystem and to the startup world. So once again, I'm very happy that so many people are participating, and I convey my best wishes once again. Thank you very much.
Moving ahead, we now come to a significant moment of the event, the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding. This MOU will foster collaboration and growth in the entrepreneur space. May I now invite Mr. Srikanth, CHRO and EIR of Machani and Singularity University, Mr. Uday Fedre, Board Member of US-India Chamber of Commerce, Ms. Kavita Rajesh, Regional President, South Asia, ABWCI, Dr. Sushmita, Head of Life Sciences from Research and Innovation, Circle of Hyderabad. I would like to invite Mr. Srikanth, CHRO and EIR of Machani and Singularity University.
Good morning. Before we exchange the MOU, I'd like to introduce one of the very senior leader from Singularity University, Neil, who is visiting us. Neil, welcome. And I'll also take a minute to introduce Singularity University. Singularity University was started in year 2008. It's founded by Peter Diamandis. Peter was here in Telangana a few weeks back as a keynote speaker in the AI conference which held. And Singularity is also co-founded by Dr. Ray. Singularity is known for exponential technologies as well as exponential growth. So we are partnering with ISF on 3-4 areas. One is how do you get exponential thinking and exponential technologies into ISF ecosystem. Also, how do you get ISF, the startup accelerators and mindset. So I'll also ask Neil to say a few words, then we'll get into exchange of MOU. Neil, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Sri. I am honored to be here and congratulate you all on the success of the International Startup Festival. It's wonderful to be here. My name's Neil Sogard. I'm Vice President of Strategy and Global Partnerships at Singularity University based in Silicon Valley, California. It's important that we're able to come and provide access to not only our world-class educational programs, but our expansive global network of experts from around the world focused on advanced and converging technologies. We're incredibly honored and excited to be here and to be signing this MOU to help bring some of our startup ecosystem experts, but also our lessons on mindsets, exponential technologies, disruption, to meld with the information in the experts here in India through some specific programs around incubators, accelerators, and we will have executive education here on campus. So it's great. We're partnered with Mashani Group to bring our educational resources to India, throughout India, but specifically in Hyderabad, we're also excited about this MOU and the aspirations to work on and explore the idea of bringing a Singularity University physical campus here locally. So thank you all for having us. I look forward to seeing what's possible.
Thank you very much and many congratulations. We would now like to invite Mr. Uday Vedre, board member of the US-India Chamber of Commerce.
Hello everyone, good morning. And I'm very grateful for JSR to invite me. Ours is a 501c6c organization. US-India Chamber has been promoting India-US trade relationships, bilateral trade relationships. It's based out of Dallas, and we have 3 offices or locations right now out of Houston and Austin. We are excited for this relationship and signing this MOU. This will promote companies from US to look into India and how they can establish and give us a platform for US companies to come here. And also we are looking to foster relationships in US, where we met recently some of the dignitaries that have come from various states of India, and especially from Telangana. Been working with Jayesh Ranjan sir as well. So this MOU will definitely bring some of those companies from US to look at opportunities available here. And also one of the things that we're going to be working with JSR is looking how we can bring the funds, because there are a lot of investors looking into India, and how we can promote that, by this MOU we can look into how we can get those investors relationships and investors to come into India and support some of the startup companies or startup ecosystem in India. And at the same time, also looking for some of the startups to come and establish in US as well. So thank you.
Next, I would like to invite Ms. Kavita Rajesh, Regional President, South Asia of ABWCI.
Very good morning, and thank you, Sir, Jay, Sir, and distinguished guests on the dais and off the dais. I take it as an honor because ABWCI is the largest virtual platform fostering women entrepreneurs across the globe. So we have 40 countries present with us with MOUs, and we would look forward to support ISF and take this forward for the global economic drive. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Kavita Garu. Next, we have Dr. Sushmita, Head of Life Sciences from the Research and Innovation Circle of Hyderabad.
I'm Sushmita. I head the Life Sciences vertical at Research and Innovation Circle of Hyderabad, RICH. It's indeed an honor to represent RICH in this August platform. So RICH is started by Telangana government as part of the innovation ecosystem enabler, connecting research institutes, academic institutes, and industry in 3 verticals, that is food and agriculture, health and life sciences, and sustainability. So Hyderabad ecosystem has a rich presence of more than 30 plus research and academic institutes just in food and agriculture and life sciences. So it is indeed a place where there is excellence residing, and industry presence, of course, life sciences industries are world-class in the Hyderabad ecosystem. So it was necessary for an entity like RICH to connect industries, academia, research institutes with the startup to explore the best in the world. So with that interest, Rich came into existence, and from last 4 years, we are part of Government of India as the Hyderabad Science and Technology Cluster. So through this MOU, we extend our support to the healthcare startups and agri startups to explore the rich network that Rich has partnered with. Thank you.
And we are into the culture building of innovation right from the grassroots stage. All across Telangana, we run a flagship program called Intinta Innovator, which translates into Har Ghar Innovator. So through this flagship program from last 7 years, we have been scouting innovators who have no background in entrepreneurship, right from rural level to school level to panchayat level. And we are very happy to share that we just concluded our flagship campaign for this year, and we received 500 plus entries. Those may not be very polished, very privileged class, but the ideas, the problem they are solving is mind-blowing. So I'll request you to look at what the work we do. We'll be also happy to interact after the event. Thank you.
We have worked with multiple startups over the course of last 1 decade, where the the collaboration initiatives have came forward for the startups to collaborate with large companies to deliver. What we have seen as part of our experience is many of the startups, they're focusing on the technology and the solution, but they might not have all the wherewithal and the tool set that is required to explore the opportunities in the public sector. And if you look at globally, the public sector is one of the largest procurement, I would say, like in sector, in terms of both as a goods and services. And as Jayaranjan sir mentioned, 60 odd startups have actually worked with the Telangana state government delivering impactful solutions. So we felt like there is a need with our 3 decades experience and working with the government in technology space. We felt there is a need for to create such kind of a initiative, which we are calling it as iCollab, which is an accelerator, where we will be helping the startups primarily to understand the nuances of public procurement, because the public procurement goes through a certain kind of a regulation and through the bidding process and identify the right partner to deliver the solutions. So many of these kind of the regulations may not be understood by the startups. That's where we are coming in and acting as that bridge to mentor them, handhold them through our program and through our cohorts. And we are going to house 10 to 15 startups in a year to help them out to accelerate their revenue in this particular space. The startups whom we will be looking for are those startups who have their roadmap to work with public procurement systems or offer the services to public sector globally. So that's where we are coming in, and I like to take this opportunity to introduce ourselves. And it is a physical space which we are establishing in the Innovation and Knowledge Hub in Hyderabad, which is 1 block away from the T-Hub and T-Works, and where we look forward to collaborate with the startups so that they can able to seamlessly navigate through the complex systems of public procurement. I thank everyone for giving the opportunity, specifically ISF, and ISF has given this platform to communicate, and also like it's a platform which is actually bringing the startups both, and also the mature organization startups, and also the companies who could work with the public sector. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
We are honored to invite Sri Shetkar Suresh Kumar Garu.
It is an honor to be here today at this conference dedicated to the heart of Indian growth engine. Our startup, we are living in a time where the very definition of ambition, progress and success is being redefined by young entrepreneurs like yourself. Today's startups are not just creating business, they are creating opportunities, dreams and future that is truly made in India. When we talk about our job creations in India economy, startups are no longer a small piece of puzzle. They are the puzzle. India has the youngest workforce in the world, and the potential within this demographic dividends can only be unlocked when harness of power of entrepreneurship. Startups have this ability to generate jobs that were diverse, innovative, reflective of the digital age we live in. You are creating opportunities in sector we did not even dream of 10 years ago. Fintech, healthcare, agri-tech, and countless others. ISF has been instrumental in nurturing the next generation of entrepreneurs, providing mentorship, funding, platform where bold ideas can be flight. Commitment is not just to support business ideas, but to build a better India, a nation where the youth are empowered to innovate, where entrepreneurs can thrive without unnecessary obstacles, and where we all work together toward a future of economy, self-reliance, and global leadership. As we gather here today, I am filled with optimism. The startup represented in this room, we have a power to shape up the future of this country through your vision, creativity, and persistence. We can create a job-rich, innovative, driven India together with institute like ISF backing your journey. I have no doubt that the Indian dreams is not just a dream anymore. It has become a true. Thanking you, Jay Chaudhary Garki, who invited me in the function. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Jay Chaudhary Garu, for inviting me to share my thoughts. Thanks a lot to KK for putting us together. It's indeed my privilege to be here sharing my thoughts. If India at 2047, India at 100, has to become a developed nation, then startups have to play a very, very critical role. And so it is my privilege to share what I see as the vision for India when it turns 100. I'll give you a little bit of background I'm going to be speaking based on my recently released book, India at 100. You can go and find it on Amazon, India @100, numbers 100. The subtitle of the book is Envisioning Tomorrow's Economic Powerhouse. I'll give you the bottom line. The bottom line may seem audacious, but hopefully in the next 15-20 minutes, I'll be able to explain to you the economic logic and the reasoning behind what I see this as the size of the Indian economy in 2047. I expect the Indian economy to be a $55 trillion economy in 2047. Now, that may seem audacious, and some of you may be wondering, whatever he had in the morning, whatever he smoked, I want a piece of that. It seems to be some cool stuff. Let me hopefully by the end of the talk, tell you that I'm absolutely sane. I've been very sane even while writing the book, and I've reflected a lot on this prediction, and with a lot of rigor and conceptual thinking and empirical evidence, data, I've actually come to this conclusion. So I'll explain to you why I think India can be a $55 trillion economy in 2047. But before that, let me share briefly the motivation for me to write this book. The motivation was a twofold one. First was a more prosaic motivation. When I was part of the government in 2021, the India at 75 activities were going on. And naturally at that time, my thoughts went to how the economy will look when India turns 100. So that's where the thought for India at 100 got germinated. But a more powerful, compelling motivation was what I observed, inside out about a lot of the commentary on India, being part of the government. So I don't know how many of you might have noted, but I joined as the chief economic advisor in late 2018, in December of 2018. And the first press conference after the GDP numbers got released that I had to go and deal with, India's GDP growth had declined to 5.3%. Of course, we all know that the impact of policies in the past, things that have been going on manifest, and so, but I had to go and defend it. And at that time, I felt that there was a lot of negative commentary on India, on the Indian economy. In fact, even today, we find a lot of negative commentary on the Indian economy. For instance, there were people saying that there is something structurally wrong with the Indian economy. Hereafter, India will have to persist with only 5% or less growth. People even use terms that are actually loaded with religious overtones when giving labels to these growth episodes. And when COVID struck, then at that time in particular, many commentators actually took pleasure in giving doomsday predictions about the Indian economy. So at that time, I actually felt, I had the privilege of being able to, in October of 2020, to make the prediction that the Indian economy will register a V-shaped recovery. And I'm glad that it happened. There was a good amount of judgment, of course, but there was a good amount of, credible hope in which, with which one made that prediction, because I felt that at that point in time, it is important to actually display economic leadership. It's very easy to kick, whether it's an individual or an institution or the country, it's very easy to kick when someone is down, but it's far harder to actually lift that individual or the entity up and say a pat on the back and say, no, you can do it. And that's what, at that critical time, once in a century pandemic, that was what was required. But in this process, seeing so much of the negative commentary on India at that time, and even now, for instance, and by some people who have occupied very august offices, in the country, I got the feeling that it is important for positive thinking also to try and push back on a lot of the negativity that that a lot of commentators tend to actually enjoy encouraging. And in that context, I have actually come to now conclude that for positive outcomes to manifest, positive thinking is necessary, but for negative outcomes to manifest, negative thinking is sufficient. So if for negative outcomes to manifest, negative thinking is sufficient, but for positive outcomes, positive thinking is only necessary, then positive thinking has to work much harder compared to, to sort of counter the negativity. And, it is therefore, so the India at 100 book is essentially, it's a small, as we speak, if you think about that a yajna or a fire sacrifice, it's a small ahuti on my part to actually to generating that positivity, because there is a lot of positivity. There are lots of positives about the Indian economy, and that's what I want to share with you now. If India grows at 8% from here on till 2047, and there is a decent if to it. I'll come to that, why we can do it in a minute. If India grows at 8% in real terms, then the Indian economy can indeed become a $55 trillion economy. Now, before I give you the economics of how we grow at 8%, what are the other elements of that $55 trillion economy prediction, it is important to seek inspiration from other examples, other countries that have grown at similar paces. So let me give you the example of Japan. Japan from 1970 to 1995, this is a 25-year period, 1970 to 1995, grew its economy in dollar terms by almost 26 times, actually 25.6. And, in 1970, the Japanese economy, the GDP was about $220 billion in 1970. By 1995, 25 years later, the Japanese economy had reached $5.5 trillion. A multiplication of 25.6 times. Japan, as you know, is a democracy. If I give you the example of China, I will give you, but you might say, we can't compare with China because we are a democracy, China is not. And that's why I've given you the example of Japan, which was a democracy. Now, some of you may say that, that growth for Japan happened during a, honeymoon period for the global economy. The reality is it was not a honeymoon period at all. In fact, during 1970s to 1995, that was the period of the Vietnam War. That was the period of the oil shock. As a result of the oil shock, the US faced double-digit inflation. The entire Volcker phenomenon, the US has never faced that kind of inflation, since then. And interest rates went so high. Obviously, demand fell. So all these tailwinds, where all these headwinds were things that the Japanese actually had to encounter, and yet they grew from 220 billion to 5.5 trillion, growing their GDP 26 times. What I am estimating for India in the 25-year period is actually much less than that, about 15 times multiplication, not 25 times. So one of the main things actually I want to emphasize is that we in India, especially as a country and as an individual itself, there are only two words that we need to keep saying, make it as a mantra: we can. We can. And I think that is the most important. If a Japan can, why cannot we? If a China can, and China actually, let me give you the example as well, from 1996 to 2021, the Chinese GDP grew 22 times in dollar terms. Now, of course, you'll say China is different, but I've already given you the example of a democratic nation, Japan, which grew its GDP. If Japan can, if China can also grow, its GDP over 20 times, why cannot we do that? We can as well. What is most important is for India to deliver GDP growth in real terms at 8%. Now, let me give you the number crunching behind this, economic number crunching, and then I'll give you some of the drivers why I think actually this is something that is possible. growth rate of GDP that has prevailed for India, is, from 1991 onwards, in real terms, our GDP has grown at about 7%. That's been the average GDP growth from 1991 onwards. So from 7% on average to 8% on average is a stretch goal, but it is not something that is actually, it is not, I'm not asking for a doubling of GDP growth. It's only a stretch goal. And we've grown at 7% during the last 30 years, despite, so many problems. We have a very slow judiciary. We have a bureaucracy that actually can improve significantly. We have our human capital, actually education levels can be much better. Poverty was much low, much higher during this 30-year period. Of course, it has declined. Abject poverty was also there. Despite that, we've grown at 7%. Lots of problems, lots of challenges, and yet we've grown. So 8% is a stretch goal, but we can do it. It's ambitious, but it is achievable. And I'll, spend some time on what will be the key drivers for this, later. But let me just focus on the numbers. So if we can grow at 8%, with 5% inflation, that's been the average since the inflation targeting regime was implemented in 2016, where the central bank, Reserve Bank of India, has to actually, target inflation at 4%, has to deliver inflation at 4%. If you check the data from 2016 onwards, the average inflation has been 5%. So it's a very reasonable expectation, therefore, for me to say that going forward also, inflation will be 5%, because Reserve Bank of India has to deliver inflation between 2% to 6%. So 4% plus minus 2. So 5% is at the higher end of that range. So 8% real growth, 5% inflation translates into 13% in nominal growth terms. 8 plus 5, 13%. Now, in order to estimate the growth that will happen in dollar terms, I have to also tell you what is the likely rate of depreciation of the rupee vis-a-vis the dollar that will prevail, going forward. And here, I'll first give you the number and then explain why I think that is something that will prevail. My estimation is that from here on, the rate of depreciation of the rupee would be less than 1%, 1% per annum. So it will depreciate by about, maybe 50 basis points, 0.5%, maybe 0.6%, but less than 1% in a year. So with 13% in nominal rupee terms, 8% plus 5%, because depreciation reduces the value in dollar terms. So when you convert from rupee to dollar, actually depreciation reduces the value. So we have to subtract that 1% depreciation. 13 minus 1 is 12%. So 12% in dollar terms is what we get, with 8% real growth, 5% inflation, and currency depreciation of about 1%. Let's use the rule of 72. This is something that all of us economists and people who actually work in markets as well use to know how many years it's going to take to double your money. The rule is very simple. 72 divided by the rate of interest that you get. You basically, whatever number you get, that's the number of years it will take to double your money. So remember, for instance, the time when national savings certificates actually used to double our money in 6 years. You remember that? It used to double our money because the rate of interest that was paid on that was 12%. So that's because 12 times 6 is 72, or 72 divided by 12 is 6 years. Similarly, growth at 12% in dollar terms will mean that GDP will double every 6 years. This is important. Keep in mind, GDP doubles every 6 years. Now, let's take the 24-year period from 2023 to 2047. If GDP doubles every 6 years over a 24-year period, how many doublings will happen? 4 doublings, right? 4 doublings, because 24 divided by 6 is 4. In other words, 2 into 2 into 2 into 2, 2 to the power 4, which is 16 times. So that's what I mentioned by actually saying that, we can multiply our GDP by about 15 to 16 times. So now let me tell you, in 2023, India's GDP was $3.28 trillion, approximated to 3.25. So the first doubling is 3.25 to 6.5. Second doubling is 6.5 to 13. Third doubling is 13 to 26. Fourth doubling is 26 to 52. 52. So 52 is close to that 55 trillion. I've not done an Excel calculation. I've just done a mental calculation with all of you, and we are close to that 55 trillion number. So the most important, aspect of this is 8% growth. Now let me spend a little bit of time explaining to you why I think that 1% depreciation of the rupee is what will prevail in the future. If you look at the data in the past, rupee has depreciated by about 3.5% per annum, 3 to 3.5% per annum. So compared to that, why do I think that the rate of depreciation will be lower, going forward? There's a very simple reason for that. If you look at the inflation that has prevailed in India from 1991 till 2016, when India implemented the inflation targeting regime, inflation was about 7.5% on average, during that period. But since then, from 2016 onwards, inflation has reduced to 5%. Now, one of the aspects of, when you think about international economics or, currency depreciation, it is that the currency that faces higher inflation has to experience higher depreciation. Why is that the case? Because if currency faces higher inflation, so, what does inflation mean? Today, what you can buy using 100 rupees, what you can buy using same 100 rupees next year is less. If, in real terms, actually your value of that 100 rupees is only 95 rupees next year if inflation is 5%. Similarly, if you take, let's say the US inflation has been about 2%. So in the US, $100 this year will be worth $98 next year. So in other words, the value of the dollar has not eroded as much as the value of the rupee has eroded. Now, when inflation was 7.5%, the value of the rupee was eroding much faster than that of the dollar than when inflation is 5%. So as a result, you actually have the currency having to depreciate more in order to keep the purchasing power the same. If you have to have actually the purchasing power of the rupee vis-a-vis the dollar unchanged, then the rupee has to depreciate more in order for, basically 98 versus 95. So you can see 98 divided by 95, you see so that's the main reason. So when you have therefore a reduction in inflation, there'll be a concomitant decline in depreciation as well. So about 2.5% decline in the rate of inflation will translate 1-for-1 into a lower rate of depreciation. That's why instead of 3.5% rate of depreciation, about 1% is what we'll get. So that explains actually. So let me once again summarize quickly: 8% real growth, 5% inflation, 8 plus 5, 13. Subtract 1%, 12%. At 12%, GDP doubles every 6 years. 4 doubling, 16 times doubling. That's why from 3.28 to 55 trillion. Last, let me end with actually what are the key drivers for this 8% growth. I'll not elaborate too much, but let me just leave you with these 3 thoughts. One of the most important drivers of this 8% growth can be formalization of the economy. If you look at the Indian economy, it has been significantly informal. If you step out of, of the engineering staff college here, you go out, you'll actually find many people who sell idlis, let's say, on a shanty or some makeshift store. You'll find people who are selling dab, basically maybe on a thela kind of. They're all informal establishments. When these establishments become more formal, their productivity increases. And growth is essentially about 2 things, which is investment and productivity. How much investment you make, how productive is that investment. And when informal sector firms become formalized, when they become more formal, their productivity increases significantly. Because you can think about it, a store, somebody who's actually selling idlis, let's say using, doesn't even have a shop. If he's selling idlis, when he constructs a shop, he maybe has two people. The food that will be made actually will not get as much dust, etc., because it's covered, more hygienic, so he can, charge a higher price. If he has two more people to basically cook, he can actually sell more as well. So together he can sell more and charge a higher price. Obviously, for the same investment he's making in terms of his labor, in terms of its capital, he's reaping greater reward. So productivity increases. So this is something that economists, nobody quibbles about, which is the fact that formalization of the economy will increase productivity in the economy. Second is, even among the formal sector firms itself, Indian formal sector firms are still far behind their global peers, in terms of the productivity, and they will catch up, and they have been catching up over the last 3 decades, and especially over the last decade. For instance, if you latest, a couple of days back, the rankings came out. India is now ranked 39 in the global, innovation index. In 2015, India was ranked 85. from 85 to 39 in innovation. And by the way, this is not government data. This is data put out by this is the Global Innovation Index. Actually, they put it out across all countries. So this is not, nobody can dismiss this as say, oh, I don't believe this data. This is actually, a Global Innovation Index. Similarly, if you look at entrepreneurship, again, I'm giving you these statistics, using World Bank data. If you use World Bank data to look at new firm creation, from 2004 to 2014, the rate of growth, or what we call CAGR, cumulative, annual growth rate of, for new firms from 2004 to 2014 was 3.2%. From 2014 onwards till 2023, new firm creation, the growth rate is 220%. 3.2% versus 220%. And this is basically startups. This is so relevant for this conference. Combination of innovation, combination of entrepreneurship. This is what will actually enhance productivity of our formal sector firms as well. That'll be the second driver. Final, most important driver in my opinion, which is credit creation in the economy. Now, whenever credit is taken for creating assets, for instance, if I actually, when I started out, when I was in school, I used to drive a bicycle to school. Then, when I came to class 11, my father bought me a moped. So, to school, earlier it used to take me about 45 minutes of cycling to go to, with a moped, which was basically an asset. I was able to drive and, reach my school in 15 minutes. So I was saving time. My father didn't take a loan, but if he had taken a loan, for instance, that asset creation makes you more productive. That half an hour that I saved, actually, I could use it to study better. I was becoming more productive. This is true. This is true in general. When firms also, when they take on, loans for creating assets, they become more productive. And here the runway for India is significant, because if you look at credit creation in the economy, what proportion of GDP is basically being given as, how much credit is there as a percentage of GDP? If you take the rest of the world, for every 100 units of GDP, about 180 units of credit has been given in the economy. In contrast, if you take India, for every 100 units of GDP, only 58 units of credit has been given. So 58 versus 180. Think about the runway there is. Large sections of our population still remain unbanked. They don't get loans. They have brilliant ideas. They can actually go and create firms, but they don't get credit to be able to go and create. There's another aspect that is, very critical for the startup ecosystem. So from being able to grow from, with the current 58% levels to close to 150, 160%, there is huge opportunity. I'll give you a very specific example to illustrate what kind of power there is from credit creation. Take India and South Korea. India and South Korea in 1960. If you compare the data, in 1960, the credit creation percentage of GDP was 6% in South Korea, 8% in India. In other words, India was ahead of South Korea in 1960. Fast forward 60 years, in 2020, India's credit creation is 58%. South Korea is 180%, 178%. And that is why they actually have today, when we buy phones, we are buying Samsung phones instead of them, buying possibly our Jio phones. When we buy a car, maybe that's why we're buying Daewoo cars, and actually instead of them buying our Nano cars. So counterfactually, if you think about it, if this kind of credit creation had happened, for our manufacturing sector firms, for our export intensive sectors, it could have been the reverse, where we might have been exporting to them rather than importing from them. That shows the power of credit creation in the economy. Together, these three drivers itself, in the book, of course, I've covered many other aspects, judicial reform, bureaucratic reform, education, healthcare, digital economy, digitization, climate change, all these. I'm not getting into that for paucity of time, but just these three drivers themselves can push growth from what has been at 7% to 8% and thereby deliver the $55 trillion economy. To summarize, I'll leave you with this anecdote, hopefully an anchoring example that you can relate with. In India, Bollywood and cricket are actually religion. So I'll give you an example from cricket. In 1993, when Sachin Tendulkar had played cricket for a few years, it started playing cricket in 1989. At that time, Sunil Gavaskar assessed his potential. Based on his performance of 4 years, Sunil Gavaskar said that if he does not score at least 40 international hundreds and at least 15,000 international runs, I'll be very disappointed. In fact, he explicitly said, I'll go and strangle him myself. So that was it was a paternalistic statement assessing the potential. In a similar way, I have no pretensions of being, Sunil Gavaskar. I'm certainly not of cricket, not of economics either. But by looking at the potential, by looking at the performance of the Indian economy over the last 3 decades, in a similar way, I can assess that India offers the same potential as well to be the Sachin Tendulkar of the global economy in 2047. That's the second lesson from this example. Just because Sunil Gavaskar said it, Sachin Tendulkar did not score that 100 international hundreds and the 50,000, close to 30,000 international runs. He had to work very hard. He had to overcome setbacks. He had to actually, when he encountered challenges, he had to find innovative solutions. India will have to do that as well. In particular, state governments will have to do a lot of hard work, especially reforms. And I want to leave you with this particular message. Think about it. When the union budget is presented, all of us actually pay a lot of attention, ask a lot of questions to our finance minister, to the secretaries, etc. Do we ask similar questions to the state's finance minister, to the state secretary, about what reforms have you done? What are the reforms you have done for startups? What are the reforms you have done for enabling manufacturing? What are the reforms you have done for ease of doing business? What are the reforms you have done for enabling ease of doing business in our, these are questions that we need to be asking, because power and responsibility are two sides of the same coin. Whenever we look at narratives, especially at when we look at the media, states only talk about their power, saying that center is infringing into this, infringing into that. When center oftentimes is having to actually do that because states are not doing it. So, when states start talking about their responsibility, then there would be no need for the union government to actually having to do these things. So the hard work that Sachin Tendulkar did today, that hard work has to be done by the state governments. And we as citizens have to do the hard work of putting pressure on them, asking them these same questions. And I'm hoping, therefore, next time when the Telangana state budget is presented or the Andhra Pradesh budget is presented, you all will ask the same questions of the state, chief minister and the state finance minister, and CIA and FICCI will actually, and ASSOCHAM and, all of you will organize sessions where you will basically unravel the state budget and say, hey, why didn't you do reforms? Show me my reforms actually on, what have you done on this? Ask those questions. Then you will be doing your part of the work as well as citizens. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Now it is our honor to invite Dr. Jay Chaudhary Garu, founder, chairman of the International Startup Foundation, to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning to all of you. At the outset, I would like to thank our distinguished guests, Sri Jayesh Ranjan Garu, Special Chief Secretary, Government of Telangana. We also want to thank Mr. Srinath Reddy, Chairman and Managing Director of Ram Informatics. Our special thanks to Rajeshwar Rao Garu, who is the Director of Engineering Staff College of India. Without his help, I don't think ISA would have conducted this very conference. Thank you, Rajeshwar Rao Garu. I know that for the last 1 week, you have been almost living in the campus, trying to see that all the infrastructure facilities are up and running. Thank you so much for all your dedicated support and encouragement for making this conference to happen this day. I also would like to welcome all our distinguished invitees who have come from different continents. People have come from United States, from Canada, from Singapore, from London, Germany, Netherlands, and so many other countries. I met them yesterday also, today also I met a lot of them. Normally, for big conferences like this, whenever we invite people, the conference are supposed to take care of their travel, accommodation, make sure that they come here and attend the conference. Since our India's International Startup Foundation itself is a startup company, we started about 2 years back without any money, without any legal structure. Sir, I was just mentioning about the story of ISF. So we started as a startup company about 2 years back. As I mentioned, like any other startup company, when they got an idea, they don't have any money, they don't have a team, they don't know how to really go about. So we were almost like that 2 years back. Somebody said it's a high time for India to encourage the early stage startups. The reason why we started ISF, what we noticed is more than 80% of the early stage startup companies in India, they are actually getting into the so-called startup death valley. Jayesh Ranjan Garu, you may be aware because you are responsible for setting up the T-Hub, T-Works and V-Hub, and you may be knowing the statistics. I don't know, these statistics may be different in Hyderabad, but in general, even Silicon Valley, only 1 out of 10 startup companies are succeeding, even in Silicon Valley. So we thought, why can't we flip that model? Why can't we make 9 out of the 10 companies that we are supporting should be successful? That was the objective of International Startup Foundation when we started 2 years back. We were not knowing how to do it. What is the recipe to flip that equation? We thought, let us try because there is a need. I have seen myself, many startups, even from Ivy League, from IIT Madras, IIIT Hyderabad, they actually really struggle in the early stages of their startup journey, not having the funding in time, not having the teams in place, not having the customers who are going to support them for the revenue and all that. So many startups, they struggle. Only few startups are able to overcome these hurdles and come to the next stage. So a similar kind of issues were there for the International Startup Foundation. Though we started with a noble objective helping the early stage startups. So initially we had a conference in Bangalore, Mudanahalli. There not even hotels were present in Mudanahalli. There is a small village near Bangalore airport. And when I invited all our guests to come for the first conference, we had no email connection also. I had to send WhatsApp messages to all of them. And we had only 40 days time to invite all of them for the conference in Mudanahalli for the first ISF conference. Initially it was India Startup Foundation. We never thought that we will go global. But in the second conference, which happened again in Mudanahalli, lot of startup companies whom we selected around 15 startup companies out of I think 3,000 startup companies who competed for the pitch competition during the first conference. Out of these 15 companies, normally what happens when the conference is over, we remove all the WhatsApp groups and we again meet them only the next year conference. What I told them, let us not leave any WhatsApp groups. We had a lot of speakers from different parts of the globe. So we'll continue the WhatsApp group and we will have every Saturday, one of the selected 15 companies, we will give them an opportunity. Normally what happens today, for example here, today's the pitch competition is going on. There are nearly 150 startup founders, 150 companies. They're all pitching. We are going to select some of the 10 startup companies out of this 150. And most of the juries and CXOs, they're all sitting in the other buildings in the same campus. That's the reason why you don't see most of them sitting in the auditorium here. And our selection process is out of 50,000 startup companies who registered, out of that we selected 150 That 150, they're all here in the campus. Out of this 150, we may select maybe 10 or 15. The same thing we did during the first conference. And normally we used to give about 10 to 15 minutes time for each startup company to explain about the product and what they're going to do. We thought that that's not enough time for them to really explain what are the problems that they're facing. That's the reason why we thought every Saturday, 8:30 to 9:30 p.m., and we requested all the global leaders, global mentors, global investors from different continents to be present in those calls. And we have more than 600 global mentors, more than 200 ISF angels who normally participate in this weekly Saturday conference calls. So normally our selection process is out of these 15 companies whom we selected during the first ISF conference, each one of them was given an opportunity to present on those Saturdays. And today, to our surprise, 99% of those companies are doing well. They got funded, they got market access, they are getting the mentorship. So we thought that yes, this model is working. So the same model we want to continue during the second conference also. The second ISF conference happened again in Mudanhalli. There what happened, in the first day itself, about 150 term sheets we were able to close for the early stage startups. And most of the angel investors, they were all from the real estate industry from Hyderabad, or pharma industry, or biotechnology industry, who normally never used to invest in the tech startups and early stage startups. I requested them, instead of you going and putting money in some temples in the hundi, the same money with a little bit more money, why don't you give it to the startups, because they are struggling for money in the early stage. So you think that you are getting more punyam by going to Tirumala and praying Lord Venkateshwara and putting the money in hundi. If you do the same thing, helping a early stage startup, not only he is giving opportunities to many employees who is going to be employed by him. If that startup becomes a successful startup, he is going to create wealth also for the nation and also for the investors. So whereas if you go and put money in any hundi, you think that you get some good karma points. I don't know whether they are getting those karma points, but here definitely you'll get much better karma points because you are creating employment for many people. All their families you are going to help. And in addition to that, you are not giving a charity. That money is going to come back to you in multiples. Minimum what we have seen is 4 to 5 multiples of that money, whatever they have invested in those early stage startups, they got the money back. So that's what we started requesting all the angels within the country, outside the country. Now we have got a very active ISF angel network. We have got more than 250 crore commitment. Out of the 250 crores, we already invested, deployed 50 crores in 40 companies of startups who are all doing very well. And in this conference also, whomever we are going to select, obviously we are going to have one more session with them on every Saturday. And based on that, if our investors they like that company and like the founders and what they're doing, obviously this money will go into, not only the money is only 10% of the game in the startup journey. More than the money, mentoring. Most of the startups, they don't know, they think that their product is going to do very well in the local market or international market. But many of them, without knowing how the competition is going to be there, what are the other strategies that he has to take care, without that they just get into it, they take the money from the friends and families, get into the business. Most of them, they die in the so-called startup death valley. So that's where the concept of mentoring is required. All the startups requires hand-holding and mentoring so that we can guide them. No, this is not the way. This may not work for you. Maybe you have to add this element or this component. Then only you will be successful. That's one. The other important thing is the market connects. Most of the startups, they don't have ability to connect to the markets. We will make sure that the startups selected by us are going to be connected to our ecosystem, and most of them are getting those connections, and because of that they are able to not only survive and succeed. The same model we are going to continue here. So we thought that what we noticed is the network connections is very, very important. Like I keep telling, in Sankranti festival, Pongal festival, people keep the dots initially. Then they start connecting the dots. Then afterwards, they see a nice figure coming out. ISF also, if you see our tagline, connect, collaborate, and celebrate. The first thing what we do, whoever comes to ISF, we connect them either to a mentor or to the investor or to a global CXO or somebody who can get them the business. I think that strategy is working so far. And also we are following 3M strategy. First aim is the mentoring. Second aim is the money. Third aim is the marketing. So this 3M strategy is also working so far. So in addition to that, what I thought, why don't we bring the global CIOs of large companies. They are there in North America, Europe, and all that. I was discussing with one of my friends, Manohar Reddy, who is the founder, chairman for FUSI. He said, yes, Jay, I've been conducting these CIO conferences in Costa Rica and United States. Next year, we are going to bring that to Hyderabad. So next November, most probably, we'll bring the global CIOs to Hyderabad. And we are planning about 100 global CIOs. In addition to Mr. Manohar Reddy's company, we are also getting the support from Stanford alumni. There is a Stanford alumni where there is a CIO group, and they are also promising me that they are going to bring the top CIOs from various parts of the globe. You know that the alumni of Stanford, they are already in very big positions. So they are all trying to get the decision makers to Hyderabad next year. So that's going to be our ISF event. And we'll be selecting about 100 startups, founders, to attend that conference in Hyderabad, because they want to have a more bonding and networking during the conference. So that is the kind of format that we are looking at happening in Hyderabad next year in the month of November. In addition to that, we want to take our startups to Spain. In Spain also, we are going to have global CIO conclave. There also, we are going to invite all the decision makers to come to Spain. And also we'll take all the selected startups whom we have already selected through our ISF conferences. We'll get them the exposure to meet those decision makers. So we are trying to do our best. So our only objective is how our startups from India, particularly early stage startups, how they can survive, succeed, and becomes a unicorn. So that is our strategy. So far we are very, very thankful to our global mentors, global ISF angels, all the ecosystem players for supporting this noble initiative. Because of your support, we are able to do all these things. So with this, I want to once again thank our distinguished guests who have come, in particular our Honorable Member of Parliament, so he's just now come. So I request all the dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and also the media for making this conference a grand success. Thank you so much.
Next, I would like to invite Dr. Rameshwar Rao Garu, Director of the Engineering Staff College of India, to share his thoughts with us.
Good morning to all of you. It is my immense pleasure to be as a guest of honor of this event. And this International Startup Foundation, a global non-profitable organization, is hosting a prestigious 3-day festival at our newly constructed Century Convention Center. In fact, is going to be inaugurated by our Honorable Chief Minister. We are expecting any time. We are very ready. As a director of this Engineering Staff College of India, it is my privilege to extend a warm welcome to all for the entrepreneurs and industry leaders and innovators and esteemed delegates who have traveled around the world to be here with us today. The theme, all of you know already, our Chaudhary sir has explained very well. This festival is the innovation entrepreneurship in the present AI era. In my opinion, innovation is the introduction of the new ideas and products or methods and improve the efficiency and solve the problem and create value in various industries. So Innovation is driving growth by generating employability across the multi-sectors, including especially technology, and also playing a vital role in the economic development of the states and nationals. So, moreover, innovation helps address the global challenges and fostering creation of the more resilient and sustainable societies. It is influenced to extend across the industries and the regions, making it a crucial driver for progress of today's interconnected world. So, in era of AI era, the synergy between the innovation and entrepreneurship is the instrumental to propelling the economic growth and also society advancement. The entrepreneurship or the leveraging artificial intelligence to develop the groundbreaking solutions that address the complex challenges across the sectors such as healthcare, agriculture, finance, transportation, and education, touching every aspect of the human life. So this dynamic economic ecosystem promotes the creativity and the competition and rapid scalability, allowing the startups to adopt the changing market demands while enhancing the operational efficiency. I am confident that these discussions and exchanging during this International Startup Festival will be explore the possibilities and challenges ahead and ultimately lead to solutions that shape our future of our industries and also society. I wish the grand success of this event. Thank you very much.
First of all, I would like to convey my congratulations to the organizers of the International Startup Festival for bringing this event here to Hyderabad. As Dr. J. Chaudhary Garu mentioned, the earlier editions that took place in Muddanhalli were very successful. Large number of early stage startups received support, mentors interacted with them, angel investors were in a position to provide term sheets to them. And I'm very confident that the same will be the outcomes here in this Hyderabad edition also. I completely concur with what J. Chaudhary Garu mentioned, that in olden days we used to speak about this valley of death, how large number of startups would start but very few would eventually succeed, and a large number of them will drop out or will be forced to change their line of activity, which of course is not to be seen as a failure if your initial attempt has not worked, but if you are agile enough to pivot and get into something which is much more viable. That also is a way of life for startup enterprises. But there used to be quite a few where they would completely give up on entrepreneurial journey and get back into a regular 9-to-5 job, etc. But we have also discovered through experience over a period of time that there is lots of science and art behind supporting startups. And if we are able to do that well, the chances of startups succeeding are far more than them not succeeding. In the institutions that we have promoted, normally the typical narrative, whether it is Silicon Valley or Bangalore or anywhere else, which are considered to be important startup hubs in the world today, the popular narrative is that government has very limited role in this work. It should be left to the market forces, the enthusiasm of the private sector, the network which come up organically by themselves. And the government at the best can play a role of a facilitator. But 10 years ago, when Telangana became a new state, we decided to challenge this narrative. And we felt that instead of being a facilitator or an enabler, that the government drive that ecosystem. And I still remember 10 years ago, Hyderabad was not considered to be a very vibrant or a very dynamic startup destination. There were hardly 2 or 3 innovation spaces. There were just about 50-60 startups. But we have come a long way since then. There are 70 plus innovation spaces. The number of startups has gone up to more than 6,500, and more than the numbers. It is the quality of startup output that gives us the maximum satisfaction. And by quality of output, I don't only allude to their valuations and the amount of money they have been able to raise, but the kind of products and solutions that they have been able to bring. And we ourselves in the government use their products and solutions in at least there are 50, 60 startups who have contributed to their solution for some activity of the government, which is of relevance to us. So I do hope that the Startup Festival, the ISF, will become a very important mainstream event on the national calendar, global calendar, and more than to others, it is the aspiring startups, early stage entrepreneurs, even students who are in a dilemma whether to pursue their own entrepreneurial journey or whether to take up a job, and they are not able to make up their minds. At least this will become a very good platform to understand what kind of successes happen, what are some of the success stories, how ordinary people like them have really cracked this kind of the art and science of becoming a successful startup. They will get inspiration, and hopefully all of us who are on this side of the fence, who are already well established in our own professions, etc., we will see this as our duty to give back to the ecosystem and to the startup world. So once again, I'm very happy that so many people are participating, and I convey my best wishes once again. Thank you very much.
Moving ahead, we now come to a significant moment of the event, the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding. This MOU will foster collaboration and growth in the entrepreneur space. May I now invite Mr. Srikanth, CHRO and EIR of Machani and Singularity University, Mr. Uday Fedre, Board Member of US-India Chamber of Commerce, Ms. Kavita Rajesh, Regional President, South Asia, ABWCI, Dr. Sushmita, Head of Life Sciences from Research and Innovation, Circle of Hyderabad. I would like to invite Mr. Srikanth, CHRO and EIR of Machani and Singularity University.
Good morning. Before we exchange the MOU, I'd like to introduce one of the very senior leader from Singularity University, Neil, who is visiting us. Neil, welcome. And I'll also take a minute to introduce Singularity University. Singularity University was started in year 2008. It's founded by Peter Diamandis. Peter was here in Telangana a few weeks back as a keynote speaker in the AI conference which held. And Singularity is also co-founded by Dr. Ray. Singularity is known for exponential technologies as well as exponential growth. So we are partnering with ISF on 3-4 areas. One is how do you get exponential thinking and exponential technologies into ISF ecosystem. Also, how do you get ISF, the startup accelerators and mindset. So I'll also ask Neil to say a few words, then we'll get into exchange of MOU. Neil, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Sri. I am honored to be here and congratulate you all on the success of the International Startup Festival. It's wonderful to be here. My name's Neil Sogard. I'm Vice President of Strategy and Global Partnerships at Singularity University based in Silicon Valley, California. It's important that we're able to come and provide access to not only our world-class educational programs, but our expansive global network of experts from around the world focused on advanced and converging technologies. We're incredibly honored and excited to be here and to be signing this MOU to help bring some of our startup ecosystem experts, but also our lessons on mindsets, exponential technologies, disruption, to meld with the information in the experts here in India through some specific programs around incubators, accelerators, and we will have executive education here on campus. So it's great. We're partnered with Machani Group to bring our educational resources to India, throughout India, but specifically in Hyderabad, we're also excited about this MOU and the aspirations to work on and explore the idea of bringing a Singularity University physical campus here locally. So thank you all for having us. I look forward to seeing what's possible.
Thank you very much and many congratulations. We would now like to invite Mr. Uday Vedre, board member of the US-India Chamber of Commerce.
Hello everyone, good morning. And I'm very grateful for JS to invite me. Ours is a 501c6c organization. US-India Chamber has been promoting India-US trade relationships, bilateral trade relationships. It's based out of Dallas, and we have 3 offices or locations right now out of Houston and Austin. We are excited for this relationship and signing this MOU. This will promote companies from US to look into India and how they can establish and give us a platform for US companies to come here. And also we are looking to foster relationships in US, where we met recently some of the dignitaries that have come from various states of India, and especially from Telangana. Been working with Jayesh Ranjan sir as well. So this MOU will definitely bring some of those companies from US to look at opportunities available here. And also one of the things that we're going to be working with JSR is looking how we can bring the funds, because there are a lot of investors looking into India, and how we can promote that, by this MOU we can look into how we can get those investors relationships and investors to come into India and support some of the startup companies or startup ecosystem in India. And at the same time, also looking for some of the startups to come and establish in US as well. So thank you.
Next, I would like to invite Ms. Kavita Rajesh, Regional President, South Asia of ABWCI.
Very good morning, and thank you, Sir, Jay, Sir, and distinguished guests on the dais and off the dais. I take it as an honor because ABWCI is the largest virtual platform fostering women entrepreneurs across the globe. So we have 40 countries present with us with MOUs, and we would look forward to support ISF and take this forward for the global economic drive. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Kavita Garu. Next, we have Dr. Sushmita, Head of Life Sciences from the Research and Innovation Circle of Hyderabad.
I'm Sushmita. I head the Life Sciences vertical at Research and Innovation Circle of Hyderabad, RICH. It's indeed an honor to represent RICH in this August platform. So RICH is started by Telangana government as part of the innovation ecosystem enabler, connecting research institutes, academic institutes, and industry in 3 verticals, that is food and agriculture, health and life sciences, and sustainability. So Hyderabad ecosystem has a rich presence of more than 30 plus research and academic institutes just in food and agriculture and life sciences. So it is indeed a place where there is excellence residing, and industry presence, of course, life sciences industries are world-class in the Hyderabad ecosystem. So it was necessary for an entity like RICH to connect industries, academia, research institutes with the startup to explore the best in the world. So with that interest, RICH came into existence, and from last 4 years, we are part of Government of India as the Hyderabad Science and Technology Cluster. So through this MOU, we extend our support to the healthcare startups and agri startups to explore the rich network that RICH has partnered with. Thank you.
And we are into the culture building of innovation right from the grassroots stage. All across Telangana, we run a flagship program called Intinta Innovator, which translates into Har Ghar Innovator. So through this flagship program from last 7 years, we have been scouting innovators who have no background in entrepreneurship, right from rural level to school level to panchayat level. And we are very happy to share that we just concluded our flagship campaign for this year, and we received 500 plus entries. Those may not be very big, polished, very privileged class, but the idea, the problem they are solving is mind-blowing. So I'll request you to look at what the work we do. Will be also happy to interact after the event. Thank you.
We have worked with multiple startups over the course of last 1 decade, where the collaboration initiatives came forward for the startups to collaborate with large companies to deliver. What we have seen as part of our experience is many of the startups, they're focusing on the technology and the solution, but they might not have all the wherewithal and the tool set that is required to explore the opportunities in the public sector. And if you look at globally, the public sector is one of the largest procurement, I would say, like in sector, in terms of both as goods and services. And as Jayasranjan sir mentioned, 60 odd startups have actually worked with the Telangana state government delivering impactful solutions. So we felt like there is a need with our 3 decades experience and working with the government in technology space. We felt there is a need for to create such kind of a initiative, which we are calling it as iCollab, which is an accelerator, where we will be helping the startups primarily to understand the nuances of public procurement, because the public procurement goes through a certain kind of a regulation and through the bidding process and identify the right partner to deliver the solutions. So many of these kind of the regulations may not be understood by the startups. That's where we are coming in and acting as that bridge to mentor them, handhold them through our program and through our cohorts. And we are going to house 10 to 15 startups in a year to help them out to accelerate their revenue in this particular space. The startups whom we will be looking for are those startups who have their roadmap to work with public procurement systems or offer the services to public sector globally. So that's where we are coming in, and I would like to take this opportunity to introduce ourselves. And it is a physical space which we are establishing in the Innovation and Knowledge Hub in Hyderabad, which is 1 block away from the T-Hub and T-Works, and where we look forward to collaborate with the startups so that they can able to seamlessly navigate through the complex systems of public procurement. I thank everyone for giving the opportunity, specifically ISF, and ISF has given this platform to communicate, and also like it's a platform which is actually bringing the startups both, and also the mature organization startups, and also the companies who could work with the public sector. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
We are honored to invite Sri Shetkar Suresh Kumar Garu.
It is an honor to be here today at this conference dedicated to the heart of Indian growth engine. Our startup, we are living in a time where the very definition of ambition, progress and success is being redefined by young entrepreneurs like yourself. Today's startups are not just creating business, they are creating opportunities, dreams and future that is truly made in India. When we talk about our job creations in India economy, startups are no longer a small piece of puzzle. They are the puzzle. India has the youngest workforce in the world, and the potential within this demographic dividends can only be unlocked when harness of power of entrepreneurship. Startups have this ability to generate jobs that were diverse, innovative, reflective of the digital age we live in. You are creating opportunities in sector we did not even dream of 10 years ago: fintech, healthcare, agri-tech, and countless others. ISF has been instrumental in nurturing the next generation of entrepreneurs, providing mentorship, funding, platform where bold ideas can be flight. commitment is not just to support business ideas, but to build a better India, a nation where the youth are empowered to innovate, where entrepreneurs can thrive without unnecessary obstacles, and where we all work together toward a future of economy, self-reliance, and global leadership. As we gather here today, I am filled with optimism. The startup represented in this room, we have a power to shape up the future of this country. Through your vision, creativity, and persistence, we can create a job-rich, innovative, driven India, together with institutes like ISF, backing your journey. I have no doubt that the Indian dreams is not just a dream anymore. It has become a truth. Thanking you, Jay Chaudhary Garki, who invited me in the function. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
So good afternoon and a very warm welcome. I really hope that people had a very good lunch. My name is Prakash. By the way, the title is actually little inappropriate. I was the ex-managing director for Career. I have recently actually come out and I was planning on sitting in one of those chairs as a startup company because I'm starting my own company. And then they have actually said that, no, Prakash, you need to be sitting on the panel. But there was a change in plan last night and this says you be the moderator. So I can probably play in all the 3 seats at the same time, I guess. But so that's Prakash. I had been in the industry of the GCCs back when it was not even called as a GCC. How many people actually know what is a GCC? How many people? Okie dokie. There were only like 5 people who have raised maybe. So let me just give you a quick background. What is a GCC? Global Capability Center. What we are actually really talking about is these are the multinational companies who are actually trying to establish their presence in India or anywhere else as well. And what we are calling in India as the GCC to expand their footprint either in the engineering or digital support in the digital transformation, or it could be for the back office support as well. That could be for the payroll, IT, infrastructure, networking, blah, 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 right? However, this setup that is actually called as a GCC for that parent organization belongs to the parent organization. It is not like an outsourcing model. It is their own employees who are enjoying the benefits, policies, employment of the parent organization. But it's just that they're operating out of India. And now let's actually talk about why is this important, right? Then I'll have each of the leaders who are industry veterans in their own companies introduce themselves, but more importantly, also talk about some of the cool work that they're actually doing for the GCC. Now, you are a startup company and you are thinking that, okay, GCC, so let's actually pick on the far left, Medtronics, big company, medical company. And so you as a startup owner could be thinking that, okay, fine, I'm in the medtech space, but I don't know Medtronics, but I don't even know how can I partner with Divya. So Divya is going to be talking about some of the work that is actually happening out of his organization here in Hyderabad, probably about 5-10 kilometers from here. And he has built a fantastic organization from ground zero, right? And a lot of innovation is actually happening. And then you will actually see the synergy that actually happens between your startup company and what Divya organization through Medtronics, for example. Of course, we have other veterans here as well, and how to actually partner. So just going back to the GCC world, I had been associated as a part of the GCC over the last 2-3 decades, helping establish for my parent organizations in India and scaling those organizations. with various functions. That could be engineering, that could be R&D, that could be digital, that could be finance, HR, payroll, etc., etc. So various functions. You can treat this as a miniature version of the parent organization operating out of India, either for the productivity or for the operational efficiency, or follow the sun model. So for example, the parent organization is in the US, they're working like morning 8 to evening 8, then you're actually working in the morning our time, which is evening their time. You would be in a position to actually take the source code and continue for 8 more hours. So there are multiple advantages. One of the other advantages is the cost arbitrage, where the engineers here are extremely talented. Demographics actually is playing an important role for the Indian ecosystem. And more importantly, most of the engineers or most of the students who are coming out are also having the STEM background. That is the science, technology, engineering, and the math, which becomes even more appropriate for the GCC kind of the world. We have actually started this GCC journey in India, probably in Hyderabad, at least 3 decades ago, about 30 years ago, right? Being started in India, specifically in Hyderabad. Bulk of the GCCs today are located in Bangalore, and in a close race, Hyderabad, Gurgaon, Chennai, Pune, and of course, Mumbai is also there. These are the top 5-6 cities where about 90 to 95% of the GCCs today are located. But why is this important for the Indian ecosystem? If you take a look into any of this GCC, today we have about approximately 1,700, 1,800 GCCs. You can say 1,800 multinational companies operating out of India. That's one side of the way we can actually always be like half glass full. But the other side is actually like 3/4 of the glass is empty, right? We are talking about only like a handful of the Fortune 2000 companies, less than 20-25% of the companies are actually in India, which means that there are more than like 1,500 companies out of the Fortune 2000 who have not even come into India. And the 1,700 GCCs that we have today in India across is closely creating about 2 million jobs, 20 lakh jobs. But that's one side of the white collar jobs that's actually being created through the GCC, but there is also a second paradigm in parallel, in conjunction, that's also happening. For every white collar job that's actually being created, the industry statistics says that there are 4 indirect jobs that are actually being also created. That could be a maid, that could be a driver, that could be going to the cafeteria, that could be going to a restaurant, that could be going to a shop, mall, theater, blah, 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 right? So there are 4 jobs that are being created. So every job, there is 4 indirect jobs that are also being created. Today, we are talking about $65 billion export revenue from this GCC alone, and half of that is coming from the ER&D kind of a space. The CAGR is in double digits. That's the growth rate of this GCCs is going to be in double digits. So net GCCs are going to actually play a vital role in terms of not only creating the employment, but creating the disruptions within this our entire ecosystem. 1, from the talent. 2, from the innovation. 3, from the overall employment. 4, actually also doing a whole bunch of CSR activities. And some of these leaders will also talk about some of the CSR activities that are actually happening that will actually uplift our entire society. So there are multifaceted impact that the GCCs have actually been doing. At least now you should know what is a GCC and what's the impact being made in our overall ecosystem. People feel excited. Can I get a little more energy there to say that, yeah? All right, very nice. Thank you guys. I know having this kind of a session immediately after a lunch is the toughest. And as I mentioned, I was on that side, then I got dragged into this side to be the panel, and then they made me the moderator. So now it becomes even more challenge for me to make sure that you feel excited about what is all this GCC about. So that's Prakash. And as I mentioned, I actually came out and I'm now going to be helping the multinational companies who are trying to come into India to establish their GCCs in India as my own gig. This has been very passionate. I've been really interested in this and helping the entire ecosystem. So I thought I'll do this as my own gig as a startup and help in the ER&D space. So that's me. I will actually go to Divya for a quick round.
Hi, good afternoon. And first of all, a great opportunity to interact. But before I go there, my interaction with Prakash, we are part of the MChem XCOM, and he said, "I'm Prakash," and I said, "I'm Divya Prakash." It's like I'm Bond and I'm James Bond. So that is where we started. So little light humor. So my name is Commander Divya Prakash Joshi. I have served the nation in Indian Navy for 21 plus years. Thank you very much. And had the opportunity to be part of the missile system, and had opportunity to meet a lot of senior scientists like Dr. Abdul Kalam and others. In Hyderabad, been part of the Arihant missile, which is the K-15 Sagarika, the nuclear missile. A part of it now, it's declassified. So I belong to Bharat, as how I say, but have been in Hyderabad for 20 plus years. So I'm a Hyderabadi. So I came out of the Navy, joined a company in medtech space because I wanted to give back and see that what can be done. So I am in Medtronic, the largest medtech company in the world with $30 billion revenue. We invest close to $3 billion in R&D space. We at Hyderabad, I started my journey from Indian Navy to this company as an engineering R&D employee number 1. And today we are the largest innovation center of Medtronic, working across all operating units in Medtronic, which are 15 of them, in spaces of research, development, quality, design quality, supplier quality, regulatory, global operations, supply chain, and global manufacturing ops innovation. And recently we started a small group in global IT, which is more looking at value streams and SAP cybersecurity. So what the company does is more on 4 verticals, which is medical surgical, which is all your gut. Neuroscience is your head and the spinal cord. Cardiovascular is all your heart. And then you have the unfortunate that India is the diabetes capital and we have a diabetes vertical. We work in all the therapies, really doing high-end innovation work in software development, verification, product security, data analytics, and a lot of international regulations. And I just end before I get to the other esteemed panel and will be open to questions as we proceed. Alleviate pain, restore health, and extend life, not for each one of us. Across the world, every second, 2 patients are kind of an opportunity to be treated for a better patient outcome across the world. So great opportunity to interact, and we partner with T-Hub. We are looking at opportunities with the IIIT, NIT Hyderabad, and really the startup ecosystem. When we had the AIML Summit, I was so astonished and happy that majority of the folks were less than 27, 28 years of age. And I actually asked the age of a lot of youngsters, and I found that I'm getting old. So with that, back to you, Prakash.
Absolutely, Divya. And that's one of the key reasons why most of the GCCs are also looking into the ecosystem, right? Getting the talent, specifically in the newer disruptive technologies like the AML or deep neural networks, or in the RPA, automation, advanced technologies.
So we work in robotics, imaging and navigation.
Exactly.
So those are very high-end. There is a robo of Medtronic, which is for a lot of surgeries. 150 folks in this center work across high-end robotics. So it's just not doing something. It is an innovation center, really making a meaning to the global parent company.
So startup companies in this auditorium, if you're in the medtech space, now you know who is the leader and who do you need to interact with. All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here in ISF, and I really felt the vibe here, that how the startup culture is. As Prakash said, that he wanted to be that side. He happens to be this side, and then finally he became moderator. So this is called the agile culture. Be humble, be nimble, and be ready for any job that comes our way. So I'm part of DBS Tech India. So DBS, we belong to DBS Bank, which is the premier bank of Singapore. Almost $100 billion market cap. We have really made a big profit last year. Piyush Gupta is our leader, and he has done a fabulous job in last 15 years. He's the CEO of DBS, and he always believe in that tech is business, business is tech, and digital banking is the way to go. Whether the bank will survive or not, banking will survive, and that has to be individual banking. And that's the reason that he started investing a lot more into tech, and that's where the DBS Tech came. We started 8 years back in Waverock, and the initial ask was to have somewhere around 1,000 people or something Today, we are 4,000 strong people here. We are almost 1/3 of the DBS technology. And in fact, DBS as a whole now have almost 40 to 50% of the entire workforce is a tech workforce, and we play a large role there. And it has been a startup culture in DBS whereby while everybody in the Western world, in a developed country, they all were on mainframe, but DBS took a first leap of faith to get into open system, and that to OpenStack. And the last, like when we started in 2015, when this idea came to start GCC in Hyderabad, that time 80% of the workforce was through the partner system. Today, we enjoy 80% in-house development. We are doing development right from retail banking solution to corporate banking solution to treasury and marketing. We invest a lot more into our data side. The entire data lake that we have built, it is on completely on, you can say, open source and completely built in-house. So this center is a driving force in Hyderabad, which build multiple product solutions for the entire bank. We have 5 core countries now. DBS has taken ELVB, Lakshmi Vilas Bank, in last 2 years, and it is a fully owned subsidiary now here. We have 600 branches. So while we have core market in Singapore and Hong Kong, but India, Indonesia, China, Taiwan, we are the Asian bank, and we really wanted to be in Asia and wanted to work with more of, you can say, startup within the Asia, how we can grow together. And with that side, we have actually worked earlier also with IIIT, ISB also, when we were building our own bot, chatbot. We built in-house bot, which we are like kind of proud to have it internally now. There's a lot more investment as everybody is doing on the AI side and in fact Gen AI side. Here the developer are really getting into that mode where we are experimenting a lot more how we can build product using the new technology stack. And these are the areas where when we work, be it on the data analytics side, be it on the how we enhance the productivity. And as I said, that digital has become a way for banks. Now, if any bank system goes down, it is impossible for the brick and mortar business to survive. So we really need to invest tech for tech. So now the time has come where we are also automating a lot more, you can say, development processes, monitoring processes on the observability side, how we can invest on this. I think that's our core area. And as I said that most of the product that we are building now for the bank, we are building with the mindset that one day we can even have a competition where we can collaborate with other banks, other financial services, where we can actually provide our solution. And Hyderabad has actually played a large role in that, because now, as I said, that we are 4,000 people, almost 3,500 our POM staff, and all of us work as a startup whereby we really feel that how we can add more value to DBS. And actually, even yesterday, based on our interaction, SMBC Bank, who really wanted to start their development center now, they visited us. So we are becoming a reference point. And yesterday only they came to our office and they wanted to say how they can start the ecosystem here, because the Japanese bank now looking India as a place where they can also build their GCC. So I think the success of GCC, as Prakash also touched upon, while we are still, you can say 10 or 25% GCC we have covered, I think if we can grow here, the chances of you be part of our journey will be high. And as I said that for our side, it is more on the data analytics side and on the how we can automate the entire DevOps process is what we are investing now. On domain side, anyway, we are covering quite a bit. So that's about us.
Thanks a lot. And I'm really happy how the DBS Bank has actually grown in Hyderabad. I was fortunate enough to, like, for example, work with Divya when the Medtronic was actually being established in Hyderabad long time ago, along with the DBS, on the same lines with the DBS, sitting with your CIO, CXO, CFOs, talking about the potential in Hyderabad and how do we actually set it up? What are the ways we will be in a position to actually bring more value addition to the parent organization? And it's great to see how Medtronics has grown. It's great to see how DBS has grown. So fantastic jobs. Kudos to both of you for leading those charters and leading the teams. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sidhu. Before I make any statements, I need to take a disclaimer. So whatever I say here is not related to my current organization or my previous organization. So I'm not at the liberty of disclosing non-public information, but I'll be happy to have a conversation offline. So currently I work with a global telecom company where we have more than 20% of the global network passes through us. That's number one. Number two, prior to this, I worked with a financial services company for about a decade. And prior to that, invested about 10 years in management consulting. So I've been on both sides, both in consulting as well as an operator working in a financial and non-financial institution. So happy to have conversation.
Thank you. Thank you. As you know, AT&T, I mean, pretty much everybody should be knowing about the AT&T. If you are anywhere with a computer, with a network or anything, you should have already heard about this one. Great opportunity if you are in the telecom, networking, router, including cybersecurity. Of course, there are other leaders in the cybersecurity space as well. But
probably if I were to take some public information, the company which actually built the first computer, first phone, the coining of the word artificial intelligence, everything came from our organization.
AT&T. All right. Thank you. And that was 75 years ago. So artificial intelligence is not really new. It has been there for 75 years.
74 years precisely.
Okay, 74 years, 6 months, 9 days. Done. Perfect. Thanks a lot. Nilesh?
Well, thank you, everyone. Basically, today, right now on the dais, the exact number of how the GCCs are distributed in this country is the representation. 3 from Bangalore, 3 from Hyderabad, and 1 from Pune. So we are catching up. I come from Pune. I work for a company called Pattern. Pattern is the fastest growing e-commerce company in Silicon Slopes. Before I start talking about my current company, I would like to say, generally people who sit on that side aspire to come here. I have a different thought process. I am aspiring to be on that side because I want to be a startup. And I'll tell you why. In 1994, when I started my career as a startup. I started my first company then, ran it for 10 years. I started an edtech company in 1999. The name was rightstepahead.com. Maybe 16 years before Baiju.com. I had my other company, which was similar to Shadi.com, a matrimonial market, which was mangalghatika.com, kind of 3 years before Shadi.com. Well, I always say that my failures were much bigger than my successes. And I'm proud of those failures. But I'll tell you something, the learnings that I got from my startup, I was really able to apply it across my career and build my career of 30 years. I'm happy doing what I'm doing right now. And just to tell you, right now I'm a managing director and general manager for Pattern. Before that, I used to work for a company called Schlumberger. Schlumberger is a 100-year-old company. It's $350 billion company, 1 lakh plus people working into it, working in 85 different countries. And when Pattern came to me and said that, would you like to join us? I said, what's your valuation? And they said $500 million. And at that time, I was head of quality, governance, and technology. The cloud was with me. My budget for my team was $672 million. And this company was valued at $500 million. I said, come on, I'm not going to join it. Before joining Schlumberger, I used to work for a company called Allscripts. I used to work for Microsoft. And I used to work for a company which was, that was a startup, Image Point, which was started by CDAC people. I have worked with Dr. Vijay Bhatkar. And I'm very proud about that, the person who helped in building our first supercomputer, Param. But when Pattern came to me, I said, why the hell should I join? And then I realized that this is the right time for me. Pattern is one of the fastest growing company. It is making a product. So basically the product that we have is, we have a complete platform which helps you to sell or accelerate on e-commerce. So leaving a company like Schlumberger, which is $350 billion company, I joined this company, which is $500 million. And it was only 20 people at that time. And right now, today, we are 400 people, just in span of 2 to 3 years. And by the time I come next time to Hyderabad, we would be 700 people. It's not only about number of people, but it's also about the revenues. So we have the revenue of $1.8 billion. And we are growing at a very fast speed. Of course, e-commerce is the fastest growing domain right now. So I understand the startup world. I understand the scale-up world, which is a company which is cash positive, but having a startup culture. I have a GCC world, which is a grown-up company, completely a mature company. So that's the reason I say I aspire to be sitting on that side, because once an entrepreneur, always an entrepreneur. Thank you so much.
Hello, everybody. So this is a wealth of experience over here. So I'll try to add a perspective from my side also. Everybody is able to hear me, right? Just wanted to make sure. Yeah, thank you. So similar to Sidhu, actually, like there are certain things that I cannot disclose from a company perspective, but I'll try to be as abstract as possible. So a little bit about my background, and then we'll get to what I currently do, and a little bit about the organization as well. So I'm an engineer at heart, of course, with an IIT background and then an Ivy League background. And after that, tried my hand at different types of technologies across different types of business domains, finally landing into the financial services domain. I've worked with a couple of GSIPs already, currently also with the GSIP. And probably I will focus on, and at the same time, I'm also currently actually a part of a core leadership group for a foundation called as the Quality Engineering Foundation, which is actually the aim of that particular foundation is to actually bring together the global engineering community, especially quality focused, and make sure that we can actually collaborate, innovate, and empower each other in this testing times as well. Of course, my focus is not going to be on that today. It's going to be my experience with some of the organizations that I've worked with. So coming to GCCs, of course, right? So where did the need for these organizations or GCCs come into the picture? I'll probably start to focus on that, right? The need was actually to create these global competency centers with aim on certain types of competencies. Like it could be R&D, it could be in terms of operations, it could be finance, accounting, human resources, etc. All these different aspects of the business for running a business together, and they wanted to actually develop organizations like financial organizations like the ones that I've worked with. They also have GSIPs both in India as well as globally, actually. Not just in India, actually. This culture is there across the globe, even if you look at countries like Poland, Philippines also. And off late, I think they're actually taking a mix of both sides of the coin, not just focusing on one country, but they're actually distributing their GCCs across different countries. Of course, they have their reasons for that. Coming back to some of the things that I personally feel we can do better, that's what I would like to focus on, because we have already talked about what GCCs do. Some of the things are, from a talent perspective, based on my experience with GCCs that I have seen is, there's a lot of, focus on increasing the volume of the people and the kind of, but a lot of times we miss on the quality of the delivery, right? So that is something that I think we can do better. And if the startups or any of the startups that are actually going to empower these GCCs are going to actually help with that, that will definitely help. There are other aspects of that also that I can focus on is talent. Identifying the right talent for the right kind of skill, as well as the right kind of competency that is needed, and also the skill development, right? There's also the inclusion and belonging angle also that you have to focus on. Basically, not just actually trying to get one type of people, but making sure that you're going into tier 2, tier 3 cities also, and diversity across basically gender, also in terms of diversity in terms of thought. There's also certain initiatives that some of the GSIPs that I've worked with have also invested in, is called as like sometimes neurodiversity, diversity in terms of other types of folks who actually bring into that particular equation. All these things are actually helping, will help these GCCs deliver even better, I would say. Having said that, if you have any questions with regards to actually how GSIPs operate, I can actually answer those questions offline. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Manish. I work for a company who is into storytelling, and we have been into storytelling for almost more than 100 years. We just completed 100 years last year. We produce content to entertain our users, to inspire our consumers, and we do that.